We're going to jump right in and see where this goes and find out just how crazy this gets, because CQ is, as far as I remember, the Zaft main mech after they kind of hit a good point. I don't really know what happened in Stray and some of the later works, but I don't really care because it'll probably be fun. So let's check it out. Yeah.
With the deployment of the ZGMF 1017 Jin, Zaft had successfully created the first ever mobile suit. But they weren't about to just rest on their laurels. They immediately began to extensively research the performance of the Jin in real life and how its pilots used it.
And this is probably the big difference between Zaft and UC timelines. Or I guess the Seed and the Zaft timelines. You know what I mean. The difference between UC and Seed, between Zaft and Xeon. Xeon did everything it's a model and threw everything at the wall, where Zaft seems a lot more restrained. Like, not very, but a bit more.
All of this data was then compiled and used to develop the Jin's successor unit, the ZGMF 515 Saigu, sometimes also pronounced as the Shigu. And
is that what it was said in the Japanese dub, maybe? Because I have never heard that one. It almost sounds like a slur.
Even though we now commonly associate the Saigu with commanders, at its inception, it was actually meant as nothing more than a refined version of the Jin with the same basic design philosophy. A general-purpose machine whose main focus was space combat, but was still versatile enough to perform very well on Earth. As a result, it can be said that the only really revolutionary change from the Jin was the brand new M7070 28mm Vulcan system shield.
Have I ever mentioned that I utterly adore the entire Gundam aesthetic of giant fucking guns underneath shields? It's just my favorite thing, man. It's like, okay, it looks cool, but also it does a lot of cool. It's just so aesthetically awesome. I love every aspect of this. Is it good? I have no idea, but it looks cool.
Arm. The main goals for this weapon were incorporating both offensive and defensive systems into one thingy, and to increase the ability of the Saigu.
Also, I probably need to say, yeah, I know putting the barrel outside of the shield, you know, the thing that you're going to put up to take the hits means your gun is probably going to get shot more, and that's bad. Yeah, but I'm going to ignore you because it looks cool, man.
To fight multiple enemies at once, or in other words, to give the Saigu more to take down the hordes of Alliance mobile armors. It would also inspire the design of the Guace and the Providence's shield, and it is possible that it had anti-beam coating. Its other main weapons then were simply upgraded versions of those used by the Jin. Instead of the MAM3, which was stored on the Jin's left hip, it used the...
You know, I never actually noticed just how detailed the swords were. Weird. Yeah, I just never pay attention to that aspect. Usually when I see a cool-looking sword, I'm like, oh. No, this time it just... I've seen Seed. I've seen this. I know the clips he's referring to. I never noticed how cool the swords actually were. Yeah, weird. I just never... Yeah, just kind of surprising me the more I think about it.
The MAM4 Heavy Blade, which was stored on the Saigu's right wing. And instead of the MMI M8A3, it used the MMI M7S 76mm Heavy Assault Machine Gun. The biggest difference was that it used the stronger APS-V armor-piercing round instead of the HVAP used by the Jin. The Saigu can also store extra magazines for this gun at an unknown location, and just like the Jin's gun, it can be set to either semi-automatic for precision firing or full automatic for rapid fire. In addition to this, the Saigu is of course still compatible with all of the Jin's handheld weaponry,
also known as it can also carry torpedoes. Or they be missiles in space. I have no idea what technically would be correct. Because it would be hitting ships, but... Or does it not matter because in space they're functionally identical?
But on one occasion, it was even seen using the Guise's beam rifle.
Adaptable.
Which then raises the question if the Saigu was forwards compatible with beam weaponry, or if that particular Saigu was modified to be compatible.
Or the entire possibility that he won't bring up because he's only going in-universe. The out-of-universe option is it's an animation error, and they shouldn't have done that, but it's like, who cares at that point?
Because after this, we never see another Saigu using beam weaponry, even though by the time of the Second Bloody Valentine War, when the Saigus were still being deployed, beam weapons had become the standard handheld weapons. In terms of performance then, the biggest changes with the Jin were the thrusters. To turn the Saigu into a highly mobile machine, it had more and stronger thrusters, and its armor was also revamped to focus more on cooling these high-performance thrusters.
You can even say this is a suit that is supposed to be quite, and hear me out, mobile. Yes, I have been waiting for a reason to say that one. I'm taking it, damn it.
And all of these improvements led to a deadly machine that was especially dangerous at close range. Pre-production units were rushed out to commanders as soon as possible,
which is probably why
and the verdict was unanimous. The Saigu's performance was just as good in real life as it was on paper. But just as it was about to enter mass production, something happened. The Le Creuset team managed to track down the Alliance's top secret G weapons, and on top of that, they captured 4 of the 5 units. Maybe if
and this is really, we're doing a Nord. I mean, it's good to have that, but really,
don't let this happen to Nord. Region locked was both. The technology then that Zaft managed to extract from these units was both amazing and horrifying at the same time.
Admittedly, the craziest part about this, the more you think about it, is they had 4 of the 5. Why didn't they just take the weakest, and we know which one I mean, and just bring it back to base and utterly tear it apart so they could have even more time building it? I mean, it's a show and that's less fun. But IRL, that would make a lot of sense. Unless they're working on the Japanese principle of, if you have it, you send it to the front until it breaks, which is a similar philosophy that they had to World War II. Not sure about other wars because I don't know nearly enough about Japanese military tactics outside of that one. And then there's Kaiman just going, Seed, aka Grand Theft Gundam. And still probably cheaper than probably making Grand Theft Auto 6. Or playing it.
They had been under the assumption that the Naturals were too inferior to ever even hope to build a mobile suit.
Yeah, it's like, and hear me out, all of Seed is everyone's an asshole who thinks everyone else is lesser than them, and all of them are wrong. Always, constantly, in every way, all the time.
But now, they had made 5 prototypes that didn't just exceed their current main machine, but far exceeded even their next main machine.
Yeah.
To put it lightly, Zaft went into full panic mode, and all of the resources from the Saigu were instead poured into their next main machine.
I just had a very odd realization. This is just Battletech. It's a fractious pile of shit Earth sphere government with a bunch of people from the outside who do an alpha strike and think they're superior to anything, and then somehow they get their ass beat in. Is Kira's middle name Focht or something? It's so incredibly similar, and the timeline does work out because this would have come out. I mean, there's no way they weren't already animated at the same time, but also Takaya and the entire Clanner invasion plotline would have been relevant. There is a non-zero chance Battletech did inspire a portion of Seed. That's insane. That'd be like if, there was an unseen generation of Battletech mechs that had involvement with Robotech, and it's not like Robotech heavily inspired a lot of Gundam designs or anything. That'd be really weird to have it happen a second time. I don't know I'm making a joke or not. I really don't. Oh. Also, Jake, the difference was Gundam was always political commentary. Battletech was always memes. Really? I thought Battletech was always commentary as well. And kind of on the nose, considering they just brought over IRL companies. Huh.
The Guays. This mobile suit now had to become the perfect combination of both Zaft's own technology and the tech they stole from the Alliance's G-weapons. Overnight, the Saigu went from Zaft's next-generation mass-production mobile suit.
I mean, admittedly, it still looks really cool. It really does. Also, Duck, JP cares less for Battletech than 40k at the time. Yeah, which is one of the reasons I think they might have done it, because if someone got the idea, no one would call them out on it, because it would not be the first thought. And I can't say it's wrong, because I have no way to prove anything, so it's just idle speculation. But the timeline would work out, and it's very similar. Granted, it's also not such a unique plotline that it couldn't be arrived at from two parallel ideas.
To a stopgap until the real next-generation machine could enter production. But because of this, it would become remembered more as an ace machine, as the few Saigus that were still made were mostly given to commanders and ace pilots. But this wasn't the end for the Saigu. Sure, it was already decided that it was going to be replaced by the Guays, but it would still be months before the first units would be combat ready. And in those months, some variants of the Saigu did pop up. One thing...
Okay, that... I don't know if I've seen that one mech in blue. Not that one. This one. I guess more purple. Like, this one I think I've seen somewhere, even if it's just in, like, someone's actual IRL mech of it. Hey, it has double shields and extra shields, which... It also has guns on the extra shields. Maybe a little too shield happy, but I love the shield on the side. That's cool. This one? This, I think, just looks really cool, but I have a big fascination with the entire style in Seed of, okay, we have extra guns for more DACA. It's gonna be fun, man. I like the heavy arms from Gundam Wing, and I see more guns. I'm usually okay with it. It's just the inner goblin in me, and it's not so inner. It's not even hidden, really.
Up. One thing that Zaft liked to do early on in the first Bloody Valentine War was to outfit their mobile suits with a composite armor system known as the Assault Shroud. The aim of this was to increase a mobile suit's offense, defense, and speed to make it better suited for an ace pilot. Yep. And the most well-known examples of this are the Jin and the Dual Gundam. But the Saigu also received its own version of the system, turning it into the ZGMF 515 AS Saigu Assault.
Might be fun as a toy,
but unlike the Jin and the Dual, the Assault Shroud of the Saigu was mainly focused on increasing its already superb speed and maneuverability. As a result, most of the add-on parts consisted of extra thrusters.
And again, they just put more gun on the gun. It's like, okay, you're missing a few things. No, you're not. The Zaft designs don't really get me. And then I see this thing and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that has me.
Which were powerful enough to give it a Saigu Assault atmospheric flight capabilities. It also received some extra armor, with the chest armor also serving as extra cooling for the new thrusters, and it got a slight firepower increase in the form of an extra Vulcan shield on the right arm. However, by the time that the Saigu's Assault Shroud was made, the system was actually falling out of favor. Supposedly, Zaft had planned to make Assault Shrouds for each of their first-generation mobile suits, but they would instead change to make...
I do not remember this one. And yeah, you can tell it's basically someone had a gun tank, and they wanted to, like, it even has the tank aspect behind it. I do not remember this mobile suit. Like, I remember the rest. They're all cool. They all came up. This was a thing. And, nope. I got literally no memory of this. Maybe it's from a Stray or Stargazer or something. Huh, wait, was Stargazer Seed? I think it was Seed. Also, Golden, do you see that machine duct tape more armor to it? Yeah. And Sarah, thrust to weight ratio? What sort of natural stupidity is that? Indeed.
Dedicated Ace mobile suits instead. Think, for example, the Baku and the Lego. So, as a result, the Saigu Assault was a very rare machine with very little information available on their actual combat records. And ironically enough, it would be most famously used by Xist LOS, a half-natural, half-coordinator.
I don't think that's how halves work, sir. I mean, working on the concept that all race is just bullshit you throw at people because it doesn't really matter unless it's actually a genetically valuable difference. And, you know, at that point, any resulting children would be mules. And since that doesn't happen, it's utterly, completely irrelevant. It's just a cultural thing. Yeah, and having a completely irrelevant design where this is going to be a major plot point that actually matters very little does kind of fit with the entirety of Seed as well. So I guess it makes sense.
Who fought for the Earth Alliance? This particular Saigu and...
Also, according to Strike Wyvern, the tank does appear in Seed. Huh. I don't remember it. Like, I remember a lot of the shoot, or the suits. I cannot say the word suits today. There we go. I don't remember that one. Which is weird, because I kind of like the design. It looks cool. Would it be good? I don't care. It looks cool. I don't remember that one. Huh. Okay.
Its assault shroud were captured and were painted in a very distinctive crimson color scheme. But rather than being Xist's personal colors, this very flashy color scheme was actually forced upon him by the Alliance leadership for various reasons. The most important one was, of course, that he was a half-coordinator, so not everyone was very trusting of him, and they wanted an easy way.
You know, I never really noticed this early on, but every time they have an Alliance brass member who they want to make look like the douchebag, they gave them weirdly shaped faces. Like, if you ever see someone's face who extends that much that side, this is like seeing Buzz Lightyear IRL, and when you realize, oh god, that looks like you have some kind of cancerous growth on your face, it becomes highly unnatural, even more than some of the giant uwu anime eyes. It's legitimately disturbing to look at. It's like going full Habsburg. And at that point, that's more of a coordinated selective breeding thing, and kind of not the Earth side. In fact, that would make a lot more sense with all of the coordinators in hindsight. But let's ignore that one, because that gets way too disturbing that it happened to IRL, and we want to never think about that.
To tell where he was at all times. The second reason, though, was more valid. Whenever Xist used the Assault Shroud, he would turn into a robotic killing machine who would attack both friend and foe.
What?
So, a very good reason to know where he is at all times.
Why?
And because of this, he would also be nicknamed the Chaos Child.
Really? I'm honestly surprised they given him an axe that was covered in gore at this point. It's so much a reference to Karn the Betrayer. I don't even... There are so many levels of references. Like, I was thinking, oh, it's probably a nice little coincidence. Chaos Child. Oh, God. It's basically a reference to both Gore Child, which was the axe Karn the Betrayer stole. He's a berserker who's covered in red because it's usually blood, who would run in and then slaughter enemies and allies alike, who worked for Chaos. If that's not a reference, it is so many levels of coincidences to be even more unbelievable. And for that reason, it would be honestly hilarious to find out it just happens to line up that way. Oh, wow.
But despite disliking the Assault Chart for the aforementioned reason, Xist would use it in case of emergency, and it was also slightly different compared to its Zaft counterpart.
Induces
Some
madness.
of the internals were upgraded, and it also got a pair of shoulder binders. These had a twin Gatling gun each, and also further improved the Saigu's speed and in atmospheric flight capabilities.
Still looks cool. Also, Duck, not everything is a reference. Yeah, but there are enough of them that sometimes they are, and you can never really tell until you find out some idea if to get an interview where they did talk about it. I have no idea if that would be in English. Because even if it exists, I won't be able to read Japanese.
Another upgrade then for the standard Saigu came in the form...
For reference, I'm mostly spitballing about the earlier Battletech one. I just found the parallel fascinating and thinking it could line up because of the timeline, but even if I personally don't believe that would be the case. This one I would much easier believe could have been an actual reference.
Of the Verne Multi-Purpose Flight Unit, also dubbed the Meteor Kai. Now, according to Hobby Japan's Gundam Seed Model Volume 3 Seed MSV Edition, these Meteor units were used to extend the service life of the Jin and the Saigu after the introduction of the Guis. This booster had a built
that was designed for those? So you're taking the equivalent of probably 4 mechs to keep 1 mech in service. Like, there is so much material there. You could probably build more replacement mechs than one of these, which is probably why we never saw them except on the main units. Okay, that makes sense.
The nuclear engine with accompanying N-jammer canceller, and therefore gave the mobile suit that it was equipped to access to more powerful beam weapons, in addition to a bunch of missiles, just to be sure. And if this still wasn't enough firepower, the quote-unquote arms could also be replaced with the arms of the standard Meteor.
Don't get me wrong, this is cool, but I prefer beam spam. I'm very biased, incredibly so.
But now, we go back to the capture of those 4G weapons and their technology.
Yeah.
Zaft, of course, immediately went to work analyzing them, and one of the first machines they created with this new technology was the experimental YFX, a variant of the standard Saigu that was made to test out the beam technology.
I'm assuming this is one of the side works or maybe a stray because it looks really cool. I just don't remember it. Also, they got rid of the overshield. I just noticed that part. Yeah. It's just a flat-out gun now.
Got from the Alliance. But despite being a big step up from Zaft's previous attempt at mobile suit-sized beam weaponry, it still had some significant downsides.
Engine, but okay.
The first and most obvious one was that compared to the Alliance's beam rifles, the two JDP-8 MSY-0270 directed thermal energy cannons were still as large and unwieldy as their name.
Oh yeah, I don't recognize any of this. This is definitely one of the side works I've never seen. Makes sense I don't recognize it then. Also, Duck, by 2007, you want to know how many stores JP had in Japan? 3. Or GW had in Japan. Honestly, that's... I actually don't know how many they have in America. I mean, near me, that's probably more than they're around me within like 300 miles as well, so I can't say shit.
But this was a deliberate design choice by the Zaft engineers. Its large size was mainly due to the energy generators and the cooling systems, both of which were allowed to be as bulky as needed for the highest reliability.
Oh yeah, this I recognize, that's a stray. Yeah, that's a stray.
The way the cooling worked was also very different from that on the Alliance machines. They're gas cooled, and with every shot, some of this gas was released, meaning that if insufficient gas was left, an automatic safety will be triggered and stop the cannons from being fired.
I mean, admittedly, that's a cool IRL consideration, and would be really neat in a more grounded series. And Gundam has done shows that were more like, okay, we actually need to take power considerations into account with our internal systems rather than, why does it do this? Space magic Gundanium reasons. But that's not this show. It's kind of weird that this entire mech fits better into a different series than Seed itself.
This safety can be manually disengaged in case of emergency, but doing so will of course risk destroying the barrel of the cannon. So, despite being made to be as reliable as possible, they were still far from perfect. But at the same time,
Never played the show
they
or the
were
games.
eventually made reliable enough for the Saigu Deep Arms to be sent into the field, and their data would prove to be invaluable for Zaft's future beam weaponry. And to further support the use...
Also, can we acknowledge this guy? His standard resting face was bitch. Angry bitch, and now angry annoyed bitch. It's like his entire character, even when they had him finally somehow be the asshole who came around to not being an asshole, still felt like he was being an asshole. Oh.
Of these cannons,
I don't even dislike his character.
Also received a new antenna,
hey,
a new mohawk, and a new sensor suite to improve its accuracy. In addition to its beam cannons then, it also had the new NOL Y941 heavy laser sword. A sword that was based on the combat data from their fights with the Sword Strike and was developed in about 3 weeks. And it was also seen carrying the machine gun that was used by the standard Saigu. Other changes then included new thrusters and slightly different shoulders because of the beam cannons, and completely overhauled legs. 4 of these experimental units would be made, with the most famous one being used by Shio Hanenfuss, who got the nickname Hosenka while using this unit. Even after the introduction of these...
I'm assuming this is in the game itself because I see her face up in the corner. That would be why I know nothing about it then. Also, according to Alan, 1, sup, 2, at least by Seed Freedom, he kind of mellowed out. Oh, that sounds weird. Huh. Here, I'll even pull up your comments on screen so you can see him easier. Yeah. In the side story, he is looking for how to get the seed factor. I'm assuming plot. Because anyone can get it as long as the plot demands it. I mean, admittedly, it's a perfectly valid reason, IRL, but in-universe, very dumb. Okay, just to make this early, Saigu Deep Arms was created in Seed MSV, Mobile Suit Variation, but eventually made its appearance in one of the Seed Astray shorts to promote Astray. Oh. Well, that's kind of cool that it actually made its way back into at least some official material. Well, more well-recognized material. I'm assuming MSV is official. Wait, is MSV not official? I mean, I'm assuming it is. Huh.
Airier and more stable Gways, she would continue using the unit and try to fine-tune it to further improve the reliability of the not quite so stellar cooling system that the machine had to use. But with the end of the First Bloody Valentine War, also came the end of...
You gotta love their very detailed dodging skills of go straight.
The Saigu Deep Arms. It was used one more time during the interwar period, but after that, it was never seen again. And finally, there is also one slightly less canonical version of the Saigu that only appeared in the Gundam Seed RE manga. At some point, Le Creuset Saigu is equipped with an early experimental version of the Dragoon system.
I mean, admittedly, cool idea. It looks cooler than the real Dragoon system. But it would also completely and utterly nerf the shock factor from the actual Dragoon system. Yeah. Also, Strike Wyvern, the Seed HD Remaster does have the Deep Arms make a cameo. Oh, shit. Also, Kelpies and Mo, you mentioned MSV is official. Oh, okay, good. Thought it was, but I've been wrong before.
But unlike the system used by the Providence Gundam, this version still used wires to guide the pods. Although, it is possible that the pods could be controlled wirelessly, and that they were simply introduced as a failsafe, just like they did with the Dreadnought's Dragoon system. Furthermore, the Saigu also had a new antenna, and it used a shield that was very similar to that of the Gways. And this is where the Saigu's development history ends. But also doesn't.
What?
Because its frame was also used to develop another one of Zaft's main mobile suits, the Din.
Yeah.
But that is a story for another time.
Copping out on that one. To be fair, because of the flight hood, I didn't realize it was the same style mech until way later, because you don't usually see the eye or the very stylized head. So it literally took me a while to realize it was completely separate. Or, well, not completely separate in aesthetic. Does look really cool, though. Also, Doug, why do I keep referring to Keppies when you call them I really like pies? I don't know. I just look at the last few words, like the last bit of his name. And instead of saying I really like pies, I just see it from Kepies. KPs. I don't know. It's just what my eyes focus on first. I'm weird. I'm aware of that. Yeah, sorry about that in advance. It's probably going to keep happening. Wait, why am I pressing that button? And next up, we have the G-Fire development history. All right. This one, I thought the entire development history for this would be something along the lines of, okay, we had an escape option for the various mobile suits. We're not going to do that anymore because we got enough pilots and not enough mechs. Nope. Apparently there's more to it because, as I'm quickly learning, nothing in Gundam is usually one and done. There's usually quite a bit of thought put into the variations and how they logically progress. Unless it's something really weird, but I don't think we're going to be doing... Or I was going to say G Gundam, but wait, there's a video on G Gundam's progression. So maybe that isn't the case there as well. Huh. Let's find out where this goes.
With the RX-78-2 wreaking havoc upon the Zeon forces, it should come as no surprise that it became the center of attention for the Federation engineers. Mere instants after its first deployment, it became a symbol of victory for the Federation and a source of fear for Zeon.
I have seen so many videos of the IRL full-size Gundam moving. It's one of the things I wish for some reason someone built something like this in America. Would it be as good? No. Would it be a financial asset? No. Would it be a smart move in any way, shape, or form? No. But it would be cool if I could get to go see it someday. And they took it down. I heard they rebuilt it somewhere else, but it's like, really?
But this didn't mean that the Gundam was without its flaws, or so the engineers thought. The Gundam was mainly developed as a close combat mobile suit that was also versatile enough to serve as a mid-range unit. But in order to achieve this, certain trade-offs did have to be made. The most important things were its mobility and the revolutionary beam weapons, resulting in two compromises that both limited its operational time. One, it only had a limited amount of onboard fuel, and two, the beam weapons were very energy hungry. And so began the Federation's quest of turning the Gundam into something that is...
As soon as I read that, I immediately started hearing Daft Punk in my head, which was probably the intention, and it worked.
It wasn't, because if it ain't broke, over-engineer it. One idea to give the Gundam...
Oh yeah, the flail. It looks a lot cooler in the picture. I'll give it that. It doesn't look bad. I still think it's stupid, though. Also, Duck, well, with all the stores coming to America, maybe we'll get a 1-to-1 scale Wing Gundam in front of an upcoming store. That would almost have to be in Texas. One, because the entire joke of it's bigger in Texas. So, yeah, that would work, too. It probably would have a large enough population that could legitimately reach it in an easy driving conditions. Because anywhere else outside giant constructions would be an utter bitch. But it would be cool. Oh. Also, Gordon, I think I remember someone did try to build a 1-to-1 scale, but Bandai didn't like that. Understandable. But also, that's really cool. Oh.
More oomph was the full armor project, which we'll talk about later in another video.
Looks cool. Is it good? Probably not.
The other was the G Fighter program. The main idea with the latter was to create a support fighter that could either dock with the Gundam or serve as a sub-flight system.
I mean, admittedly, as far as toys go, you got a lot of oomph for this thing specifically. Like, the entire transformation aspect of it, that you can do so many different things of it. I think I had this specifically as a toy growing up, and I didn't know anything about UC, but the thing is, I don't remember if I had this. I just have memories that I think, oh, why are these pieces coming apart? Why do they fit together? And I thought it was really cool. Does it make sense? No, but it's cool. That's really the only thing I can say.
To circumvent its limited fuel, and also to have its own built-in weaponry.
Yeah, that's... Every time I see the extra bits here that show the effects of firing things, it adds so much to a model, man.
Support the Gundam's own arsenal. And the result was a very blocky
Oh, this is not the core fighter then.
tank
Okay, I thought they were related.
thing that was
Real type
somewhat
colors.
ready for deployment after 2 months of development, and 2 of these monstrosities were rushed to the wide base in such a hurry that they didn't even come with a complete manual. So the folks on board of the wide base just...
You know, that's the most utterly believable thing I have ever heard in Gundam. They sped something up so much they didn't even write a manual for the pilot to know what they're doing. I mean, this is one of those instances of it's so utterly believable that it almost loops around to being utterly ridiculous. Because the explanation for it is, sure, it happens IRL probably. The more you think about it, the more depressing it gets. Oh, sorry, like Pies. Hey, I'm going to try and get the name right. If you see any pictures of Gundams that have effect parts like that, they're probably figures. Yeah. And Sarah, 1 billion points of failure coming right up. Federation design team running exclusively on caffeine and fear of getting fired. In other words, standard. Got it.
had to kind of figure out what they could do with these flying bricks as they went along. Because at the very least, there was some reason to the madness as to why the G-Fighter was such a big and bulky thing.
Yeah.
It was made to incorporate the entire Gundam and to transform it into different configurations. And one of the more popular configurations was known as the G-Armor, sometimes also called the G-Full, because
it does look cool. Is it smart? No. Is it practical? Probably not. But damn, does this look neat. Like, again, for toy aspects alone, that's probably why this was in the show. Because it's a way to just sell more. And on top of that, yeah, it's an utterly cool toy, man. I just think it looks so freaking cool. Is it good? No. But I'm not going to think about that.
it used all of the parts of the Gundam and also all of the parts of the G-Fighter. So to achieve this mode, the G-Fighter can split into 2 halves. The front half, also called the A parts, which consists of the cockpit, nose-mounted twin missile launcher, and a pair of twin mega-particle cannons, of which 3 types are known to have been developed, but it's unsure what exactly the differences between them are. And the back half, also called the B parts. And this consisted of the thrusters and a rear-facing 4-tube missile launcher. Although, sometimes it's also shown to have a forwards-facing missile launcher. These halves then encapsulated the Gundam, turning it into...
Why would they even have rear-facing missiles? Like, I'm assuming it's because they're being dog-fought or something, but... Is it slow enough where that's really practical? Or just because really cool? Yeah. Also, David, the old 0079 anime just ran much on rule of cool as it did realism. Okay. Yeah, I see it. And I stand by it too. It's a good point.
A 120-ton fighter bomber thingy that, according to one source, could reach Mach 3.5.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? To put that into perspective, the F-14 had an advertised maximum speed of Mach 2.34. And even today, it is still considered a very speedy plane.
Yeah! The SR-71 was explicitly made for reconnaissance flight from America over Russia at ultra-high altitudes for reconnaissance, like literally taking pictures of black sites. This is... I have no idea what this is, but it looks like they have a rocket and there's a plane that might be attached on with a pilot.
I think that it's best to disregard that source and talk about the more realistic aspects of this flying box.
Have some faith in the G-Armor. No, I think we're good. Also, I'm going to pull up your comment. It's such a stupid design that Bandai replaced it with the core booster in the completion movie. Yeah, that was it. And Golden Foxy. This designed as a dog fighter for, but then also Duck said for bombing runs. I'm assuming, again, it was more, we're selling this as a toy, get it in the show. Because that's a lot of the reason for things going on. Although, there was a lot of thought behind Gundam itself. Yeah. Also, Brother Sergeant, you can argue the same with rear-facing LRMs, SRMs, and Battletech. Yeah, but in Battletech, the bigger you are, the more likely you are to have someone behind you. And often it makes sense. Hard to do in the game, though. Like the video game versions.
When combined into the G armor mode, this amalgamation of parts could be controlled by either the pilot of the Gundam or the pilot of the G fighter, and in order to improve both its defensive capabilities and its flight characteristics, a second 10-ton shield was attached to the Gundam's right arm. But this then proved to be a slight issue when the Gundam separated from the G fighter during combat, which was an action known as Bolt Out. Amuro liked having his Gundam with just a shield on its left arm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always a fan of double shields, especially when the shields have guns. That's cool. If they're exclusive, ugh. Yeah, unless you're down to doing karate in a Gundam. I mean, who knows? Maybe.
So that second shield was dropped whenever the Gundam bolted out, something that it would almost always have to do when the fighting got tough. So this was quite a waste.
Please don't leave me. I'm leaving you. That's a lot of mech. I guess if it, in universe, if they said it reached Mach 3.5, it's basically a mobile deployment of the suit with extra armor to make sure it survives. But at the same time, let's not think about that. Ooh, also, Steven, who thought that G armor was a good idea in lore? In lore? I have no idea. The shield uses
the obvious
pile
answer?
bunkers.
Over-engineer it even harder.
Oh, God.
Rather than simply keeping the shield on the right arm or storing it on the backpack, both options that the Gundam was designed for straight out of the gate, the wide-base engineers would spend precious time and resources developing a special joint that would allow for that second shield to be placed over the first shield. Also,
Really? I guess now they could sell a new version of it.
When the Gundam did the bolt-out maneuver, the computer would take over control of the A parts and the B parts to recombine them into the standard G fighter.
Really? You know, it doesn't really get brought up as much, but the computers they have at this time frame are kind of broken. It could just be because computers were not nearly as sophisticated, so it's like, we'll say a computer did it, and that makes sense. Which is admittedly how people treat it now, so it does make a lot of sense. But they gave a lot of weight to what a computer could handle in this one, including limited piloting of the Gundam itself. It's still weird that Gundam Wing is the one that went full mobile dolls, when even the very first Gundam itself kinda had the framework for that entire setup of lore. I guess they just never capitalized on it, which is probably why I made it to Wing, because it worked better there.
The other two intended combinations, then, were an even more mixed bag. The G-Bull was a tank-like thingy that was achieved by having the A parts combined with the Gundam's top half and a core fighter.
Yeah.
And the G-Sky was a fighter that was achieved by having the B parts combined with the Gundam's bottom half and also a core fighter.
Yeah.
Essentially, this was a supercharged version of the core fighter intended for high-speed combat and long-range operations.
But doesn't it also get rid of the main advantage to the core fighter, which is it's an eject system? Yeah. Also, Kit, the learning computer died with Grandpa? Still crazy how much they did with that thing.
But both of these transformations suffered from the same glaring problem.
Why do?
They both required a part of the Gundam, and in practice, were less useful than the alternative, the G armor or the Gundam and G fighter by themselves. Yeah. So realistically speaking, they were really only stopgap modes for when the main modes weren't possible due to damage or something.
Which, I mean, if you're on a shoestring budget to the point where you're having kids run a warship, you got it, use it. But yeah. Also, log. Gundam Alice is basically a mobile doll. Yeah, but I think Trays would have actually kind of approved of that one.
Still, the wide-base engineers did try to solve some of the problems with these two modes.
They took it apart?
They figured out that they could simply not use the Gundam's parts.
Sometimes my genius is... it's almost frightening.
The G-Sky became the G-Sky Easy, and
I mean, I'm sorry. They freaking brought in Top Gear of all things. I wasn't expecting that. It works, though. It really does.
Instead of using the Gundam's legs to connect the core fighter to the B parts, it now just had a standard connector piece installed.
I don't know why, but this image just feels weird. Oh, it's the proportions that makes the chest look way bulkier. And the arms look way thicker, but also in weird ways that... This is just a much thicker design. Yeah, that would do it.
And the G-Bull became the G-Bull Easy. A very hollow tank that was completely exposed from behind. And the G-Bull Easy suffered from another drawback that the G-Fighter also suffered from. When connected to the Gundam, the reactor of the Gundam gets connected to the reactor of the A parts, and therefore giving the cannon more power.
Yeah.
Therefore,
without it,
the G-Bull with the Gundam's torso was more powerful than the G-Bull Easy without the Gundam's torso. But I think that is a small sacrifice to make to also be able to use the Gundam. The final configuration then was somewhat of a battlefield modification.
Oh?
Because in order to compete with Zeon's high-speed mobile armors, Amuro came up with the idea of outfitting the Gundam with only the B parts.
Admittedly, this, to quote literal parts of the show, the legs are for show. I mean, in space. In Earth, yeah, but in space, this isn't a bad idea either.
Giving it a huge speed boost and basically turning it into a mock mobile armor itself. And as an added benefit, the Gundam could still easily use all of its handheld weaponry, and bolting out of this configuration was also significantly faster. This mode was referred to as the Gundam Sky, or the Gundam Mobile Armor mode, or simply...
I mean, all you really need to do is just break it down the middle, and it has thruster legs, which I'm sure some of the later models did have. In fact, I'm almost certain I've seen later Gundam models, either in UC or somewhere else, that did exactly that, where they just took this idea and made them long legs more than anything.
The Gundam plus B parts. Still, the most commonly used configuration, and also the most successful one, was just the Gundam by itself and the G-Fighter by itself.
Yeah.
The G-Fighter could provide backup for the Gundam, and it was also sturdy enough to act as a subflight system for the Gundam.
Yeah.
Pretty much making the G-Armor transformation pointless. And this really could be seen in the post-war. Dedicated subflight systems were widely used and incredibly successful.
Zeta really holds up animation-wise. It's not perfect, but it's not bad either.
Whereas G-Armor-esque combinations were few and far in between, and even less of them were deemed a success.
I would love to see the sales projections, because I thought, okay, yeah, this entire idea is built on, we could sell a toy of it. And I'm wondering how many people then just went, okay, but I don't want this. I just want the Gundam. Legitimately, I think that would be the entire point of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if the sales figures showed one was not as high as the other, which is why it didn't become a major part of later franchises. But also because maybe they were just trying to save money on their end because production costs of this if they're not going to sell as much as they think. There's a lot of answers IRL that play into this one. It's not what Kakarot's going to cover because that's not his focus of these. But I still would find it fascinating to learn more about that aspect.
Also, the G-Fighter is sometimes called the G-Mecha, standing for Gundam Multiple Expansion Changeable Armaments, or the G-Parts.
Huh. There actually was just a flat-out mecha in Gundam. Sure. Why not? Also, according to Steven, it failed commercially. Yeah. Ooh, also, John, I'll pull up your comment. You just watched your fat electrician Percy Hobart video. I'm glad you found or enjoying this stuff. And recommend his Mushroom, Morton, or Pappy Gun video. And what's on his wall is a flintlock musket, not a paddle. Really? Oh, shit. I actually thought it was a Yowie paddle. And I just didn't ask any questions because, yeah. But one sec. I will add this in here. Just one sec while I put this into the list. Speaking of the list. As you can see, I can't spell. Thank you very much, though. All right. The Jupiter Empire created a clone of Amuro Brain during UC-130 and made a Gundam for it named Amakusa it used to fight. Sure. Okay. Can a brain alone be a new type? I'm not even going to think about that. That's disturbing. The more I hear about the Jupiter Empire, the more I'm like, I don't think these are good guys. I'm going out on a limb, I know. Ooh, and Steven again. Neither of the toys sold well, hence the last-minute deal to switch to Gunpla to recoup their losses. Best decision ever made because it saved Gundam. Oh. Oh, so the original Gundam with the G-Tank was supposed to be the original one, and Gunpla hadn't been a thing yet. Oh! Okay, that's actually kind of fascinating. And Duck, you mentioned the toy company Clover was back to the 79 show. They pulled out, and why it ended early. Clover went defunct after Battle Armor Dubane, the first, technically first isekai anime. Yeah, no, you're right. That is old enough where it might actually be the first one. Huh. Oh, shit. And Sarah mentioned, the Brain of the Vat Armor is a standard mobile suit. Size mobile suit could absolutely body miniaturized mobile suits that had become standard at the time. Jupiter's short of water. They have no reason for actions. I mean, murder isn't reason. And it seems to be something UC likes a lot of.
Standing for Gundam Practical Advanced Research for Tactical Systems. But now, before we move on to the developments of the G-Fighter, we first have to tackle the elephant in the room. Did this thing even really exist in the first place? Because conflicting reports exist surrounding it.
Oh?
The story that I've told you so far is how it was first said to have happened. But later on, records popped up that the G-Fighter was never actually used by the White Base, and that it got 2 core boosters instead. And later documents do seem to agree with this notion. The G-Fighter was not on the White Base. And like I just said, some people have even claimed that the G-Fighter never existed at all, and that it was nothing more than a...
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If I saw this as a kid, I would be geeking out. I don't care if it's stupid. I don't care if there's a lot of extraneous parts here. I'd be like, oh my god, there's so many toys! For some reason, though, I hate the chest of the Gundam. Like, that right there, that bugs me. The rest I can deal with. Like, the overly fake shiny parts, or if they're actually metal, the fact that they'll smudge immediately, The chest looks wrong.
Marketing ploy by a toy company to capitalize on the success of the art.
Oh, and this company was called Clover. Yeah, this is the thing they mentioned in chat.
72, and to sell more action figures based on it. But putting that theory aside, this leaves us...
And Duck, what an ugly toy. It's so chrome. Yeah. It looks like a cheap knockoff of Gundam, honestly. But I would still utterly just drop into this and go, combination pieces. Oh, cool. I'm that kind of idiot, especially when I was a kid growing up. And I'm going to pretend that's only when I was a kid growing up and no other time.
with two options. Either we accept that the G-Fighter never existed and end the video right now, or we go with a slightly different timeline.
Adam Savage reference. Nice. I reject reality and substitute my own.
For which we also do have some evidence. The first is that we do have some other, albeit unconfirmed sightings of the G-Fighter. And the second one actually has to do with that core booster that seemingly replaced the G-Fighter. For its development, data gathered by the G-Sky was used, indicating that it did exist, but it might have simply existed much earlier than the initial story led us to believe. So I would argue that the G-Fighter wasn't developed based on the Gundam's combat data, but that it was developed alongside the Gundam.
So it'll be in the same category as the gun tank and the gun cannon. It's the gun, we're not going to talk about this anymore. Okay, except unlike them, it seems to have actually had further developments, because that's not a bad idea. It's just, hey, how do you like rockets in space? Neat. Ooh, also, I'm going to pull up some of the comments because they do explicitly go over some of this data. Here we go. And fun fact, they made a Cam RX-0G Phoenix, a copy of the Phoenix Gundam, the Capital Army, in the RC timeline. I have no idea what the RC timeline is. I really don't know what that is at all. Tobolt Kino? Oh, probably the guy making it. That GM nearly took out the Bishop Zaku. Really? Oh, shit.
And completed at roughly the same time. In fact, in Gundam Mobile Suit Variations, it's said that it's rumored that the development of the G-Fighter even began as soon as it was decided to use a core block system for the Project V machines.
Oh.
Meaning that it is, again, perfectly reasonable to assume that the G-Fighter was finished alongside the Gundam and was tested out before the events of the anime. Which then leads to two of my personal theories. Either the G-Fighter was shipped to Site 7 along with the rest of the Project V machines and then unfortunately destroyed off-screen by the Zeon attack, or they remained at Jawbro for further testing, because we know that the following variants were developed and underwent testing there.
Okay, I don't care who you are. As much as the fighter variants so far look dumb, this actually looks really cool. Something about just blocky fighters, even if they're dumb looking, I'm kind of like, yeah, it works. It just does it for me, man. I don't care. All three of these right here. Are they good? Are they bad? I don't know. I don't care. I just see fighter jets and like the gremlin part of my brain. Sorry, the goblin part of my brain is just looking at this and just giggling. And Stephen, I'll pull up your comment quickly. This is also why the OG Gundam had its planned 52 episode count cut to 43. The end of the series felt a little rushed. That's because they were between sponsors, and Clover is the name of the OG Gundam sponsor, IRL, before they pulled the plug and the deal with Bandai to create Gunpla came to be. Oh, okay, that's the thing. I thought Bandai was working with Clover to make things. No, it was a completely separate company entirely. Oh. I think I have heard a bit about this, but it's been a long time since I went over those videos. Also, log. RC is set 500 years after the end of CC. Okay, damn. And Duck, there is a 1 to 35 scale core fighter model kit. That actually sounds pretty cool. Oh, shit. And Jason, what's up, too? In universe lore, the Earth Federation employ over hundreds of companies and organizations to manufacture the military weapons. This caused confusion whether some of their plans existed or not. And then Strike Wyvern also clarified, just to make this simple, the core booster replaced all the existence of the G parts and later flashbacks in CCA, and Unicorn reconfirmed that change, placing the core booster as canon aircraft. Yeah, but what is canon but the thing we ignore? And Mother's Basement did a video on Gundam? That might be fun sometime.
So, on to those variants. At some point in the development of the original G-Fighter, the Federation realized something crazy about it. It was able to carry a 60-ton mobile suit and was still remarkably agile.
And hear me out, it seems to break physics by moving at Mach 3.5. But I mean, who needs to worry about things like reality at that point?
So what if instead of a mobile suit, they used it to deliver 60 tons of bombs instead?
Maximum war crimes!
And so the G-Fighter bomber type was born, with the main difference from the regular G-Fighter being that the Gundam storage compartment was now replaced by a bomb bay that could also hold extra fuel tanks for long-range bombing missions.
Yeah.
Other changes were a pair of Vulcan guns mounted to the side pods. The twin mega particle cannon was now replaced by a weapon hardpoint, for which multiple weapons were supposedly available, but we only know about a twin two-tube missile launcher. And the caterpillar treads that had no business being on a fighter in the first place were now removed. What remained unchanged then was the rest of its frame, and therefore also the nose-mounted twin missile launcher. Because the bomber type was developed so late into the war,
it does look cool though, and admittedly, bombers are utterly a bitch, because if they succeed, everyone else doesn't.
Though
Hey,
only 8 units would be produced, but they did actively participate in combat. Next up we have the G-Fighter's space type, and just like the bomber type, this unit would see some major improvements to make it better at its designated role. This time a space fighter. So the main thrusters were upgraded and the caterpillar treads replaced by more thrusters. And in terms of weaponry, it kept the nose-mounted twin missile launchers, the twin mega particle cannon behind the cockpit was replaced with a double 3-tube missile launcher, mega particle cannons were installed on the wings, and the space to store the Gundam was now turned into a optional weapons bay, which was
optional. Wait, did it just do freight coverage as well? That would make it very versatile.
Also the reason why the space type featured a double-seater cockpit. There's the main pilot and a gunner dedicated to operating that weapons bay.
Oh.
But by removing that weapons bay, the space type could still be used to store the Gundam or a similarly sized mobile suit. And again, like the bomber type, because it was introduced so late into the war, only a small number of these units would be produced and deployed.
I mean, admittedly, if they just filled it with immediate extra fuel as a transport, a short notice transport, that would be valid in its own right. Just because, I mean, mid-air refueling is a thing. But that's not what they're doing here. Ooh, also, Duck, I'll pull up your comment. The UC hard graph is a neat line, needs more reprints. Next, we can see the night shift do a video of one of the model kits. Ah, that'd be fun, just because the model kits look amazing. And Steven chose a mention. Gundam Switch is so influential, many franchises' multimedia strategy of connecting to the different media into a whole unit results from it. And Pokemon. Yeah. And then Konami probably definitely copied it with Nintendo. I was going to say it with Nintendo, but like, yeah, no, both of them probably copied from Gundam's idea of, oh, these sell things. Makes sense. And the G-Fire space type made a cameo in Gundam Thunderbolt. I almost know nothing about Thunderbolt. I think I've seen some things around it about, but not a lot. There was also Gundam in action figure series that came out of the 90s. You still have the Gundam Wing Gundam Death Size set. Oh, that sounds cool. Also, Gav, are some of these streams just Air trying to get through the long requests? Nah, this one right now, the Gundam ones, are because during the subathon, Duck, he triggered the, yeah, hey, here's a playlist, and here's enough to make you do it. Yeah. Also, it's Gundam, so it's like, oh no, twist my arm, why don't you?
However, it would prove to be successful enough to be further developed after the 1-year war. Thanks to the bomber type and the space type, the Federation realized that the G-Fighter could tackle a variety of different missions by utilizing the empty space reserved for the Gundam.
Yep.
This concept would be further developed into the G-Fighter Assault Landing type.
Yeah, honestly, this kind of works. It's absurd, and the treads are still dumb. But having a dedicated transport is what I'm hoping they're using it for, does kind of make sense, because you still need everything else.
and instead of a weapons bay, it was now made to house what was essentially an APC. The vehicle could house 30 soldiers and had built-in thrusters for a smooth landing.
Yeah.
And these were especially important
if ground units that weren't mobile suits mattered in any way, shape, or form in Gundam. This is a game changer. Except this is Gundam. I'm assuming this was literally there of the fuck it, fine, a variety.
Considering the fact that there was only one way for the APC to be deployed. The assault landing type would split apart and simply ditch the APC.
Oh, I thought they were going to do like a bomber bay equipment. No, they didn't make that changeover. Oh, that's kind of dumb. Looks cool though.
After this, the fighter could provide close fire support for the troops thanks to its rocket launchers and bunker busters.
Yeah.
The assault landing type would first see the light of day in UC-0080, but thanks to its versatile nature, it would see a long service life and was used a lot by the Federation Special Forces.
Really?
Its only downside was its...
Really? This is what got a long service history. Okay. I mean, the idea of it as, hey, we're just going to drop all the forces anywhere we need and have backup with them. Cool. That makes sense. IRL, that's a job that planes that are of absurd size already do. But it still needs a separate part. That's kind of... Sorry about that. My allergies have been killing me all day. We finally did change out the filter so it should get better.
High fuel consumption, meaning that long flights were impossible. And finally, we get to the manga and magazine-only variants of the G-Fighter. So, make of their canonical status what you want.
Got it.
For example, the G-Fighter 2 that appeared in Gundam 0083 Rebellion.
That actually looks kind of cool. And it has a radar dish on it. Okay. I hear it. I see it. Okay. I think it looks cool. Is it cool? I have no idea, but it looks cool.
After the failure of the original G-Fighter, the Federation forces apparently thought that it was a great idea to make a version 2.0 that barely fixed any of the problems of the original. Essentially...
Oh, never mind. Yeah. Also, Tensu, you found out Gundam Hathaway is getting a sequel this year. Oh, shit. Not bad.
It was just a revamped G-Fighter, made to work with the GPO-1 and some minor quality of life upgrades. It featured a twin-seater cockpit, the A and B parts were connected to each other thanks to a telescoping arm, and it had a more traditional landing gear instead of the caterpillar treads. Another slightly revamped version of the G-Fighter was the General Purpose G-Fighter from the Gundam 0079 manga.
Is that just the G-Fighter with a lot of rockets added on? They added rockets to the rockets to the rocket. Yeah, sure. Why not?
And even though it might look very different from the G-Fighter of the anime, the manga uses a very different design for that original G-Fighter.
Yeah.
And the story for this general purpose version seems to be very similar to that of the space type and the bomber type. It was a mass production version of the original.
Oh, also, I'm going to pull up some of the comments quickly. And this does answer one of my things. For one, Strike River mentioned 0083 Rebellion is a retelling of Stardust Memory. It's changed a lot of the characters' fates and was more connected to the other side stories. Oh, so it wasn't initially connected. Because that's the thing I didn't know, how all of the various side stories, and I know there's plenty of them, tie into each other. Apparently the answer was prior to Rebellion. This one definitely wasn't, which is weird. Also, Steven, so the last three comments, maybe not all of them, but I definitely see a few of them. It's very different than the usual slap iconic media characters to everything that other many franchises use. To be fair, Gundam does that too. And of course, Gundam used that as well. Oh, because why not? Yeah. For example, there is very current marketing for people who love Jujutsu Kaisen. So much that they wanted branded Jujutsu Kaisen tampons with Gojo's face on it. There are so many things I could say to that, or the fact that if I wasn't shown visual proof of it, I'd be disappointed because it didn't look like AI either, and I'm just kind of losing faith in humanity a bit. Oh, my audio was very low for some reason. That's weird. Yeah, sorry about that. Just allergies are kicking my ass today.
And by sacrificing the Gundam's loading compartment, it could now be outfitted with much more weapons, like 2 heavy
Also, yeah, I'm ignoring my
anti-base
chat on
missiles
purpose right
and
now. Oh,
anti-ship
God.
Faust missiles. It now got a 2-seater cockpit, presumably for 1 pilot and 1 gunner, and the main thrusters were upgraded. And again, just like the space type, by removing that new weapons bay, a mobile suit could still be stored inside of it. So,
what is with the entire purpose of, hey, if we're in space and we're designing a completely new unit, let's still make it hollow and then not fill it with anything valid? It's like they have the transport ships for a reason. This is like, so many things in Gundam are like, here's a dumb idea. How do we make it cool and actually useful? And then there's this thing. And its entire design philosophy seems to be, okay, we're going to go back to it being stupid for the reason of this is what it was originally meant to, and we need to go back to the classic of it, the reason that it literally almost killed a company prior to Bandai stepping in. Yeah. And what was your comment? I don't actually see it. Oh, you're talking about the Turn A stuff? I didn't bring that up because I don't know enough about Turn A to comment on it in the slightest. Ooh, and Steven. By contrast, Gundam's main media products are often interconnected, creating a profile or positive feedback loop. Fans of the Gunpla will likely go into the other media and vice versa. Yeah, that makes sense.
I would personally classify them as like alternate universe versions of each other. Taking a very different approach then was the Super G armor from Gundam Wars Project Zeta.
Okay, this is different. I like it so far. I like the giant, huge fuck-off cannons at the front. All right. I like what it's dropping down. How's it going to go bad?
Most G-Fighter developments got rid of the ability to dock with the Gundam, the Super G armor's goal was to become a more dedicated fighter while retaining that ability to store a Gundam.
What?
Or a similar mobile suit. To achieve this, the docking mechanism was simplified as much as possible. Instead of separating into A and B parts, the Super G armor's nose had a sliding mechanism for easier ejection and docking.
Wait, is this leading into essentially whatever the hell is going on with Hathaway? Like with the docking armor mobile suits? No, actually, docking has been a thing they've done for a while now that I think about it. Oh, I guess they never really let the idea go, but they never made the G-Fighter really stick.
Weaponry then remained mostly the same, with 2 megaparticle cannons and rocket launcher pods that could be mounted underneath the wings and underneath the fuselage. It could also be outfitted with a booster unit to increase its operational time and range. While a prototype version most likely existed, the project never made it to mass production before it was scrapped at some point after the 1-year war.
So I don't really know how it looks then, huh?
I speculate that the emergence of subflight systems like the Base Jabber and the Dodai Kai had something to do with this. And for our last entry, we go all the way back to the beginning.
Just the standard fighter itself. Okay. Ooh. Also, people are calling it Tin Cod, and Sarah mentioned it's NASA punk vibe. Yeah, I can see it. And I'm being told by tomorrow, the Penelope unit is a different thing. Ah, got it.
The prototype G-Fighter, which appeared in the MSVR Shin Matsunaga manga.
Oh.
At some point during the V project, the idea came up to create a heavy space fighter.
And already I like this better because it has underslung weapons rather than putting them right next to the cockpit. Because if you're going to be close enough that you need visuals, don't get rid of the visuals.
With the same type of generator and weapons that they were using to outfit their mobile suits with.
Oh.
It was then decided to turn it into a proof of concept for the transformation idea that would lead to the G-Fighter that we now all know and
Despair.
either love or hate. The prototype consisted of 3 different modules
Huh.
that could combine into the V-Fighter or could be used individually with a pilot in each module. The G-Shrike was the nose and was only armed with a quadruple Vulcan gun. The G-Ignis was the top rear half and had a cockpit that was very similar to that of the Core Fighter, the same 15 caliber cannons as the Ball Type K, and a quad.
Yeah, anything that the comparison has made, it's the same as a ball, even in just armament. That should tell you all you need to know right there. Ooh, yeah. Also, Brother Sergeant, this give you Makarov's vibes? Yeah. Oh, I'm seeing it. That said, I mean, as far as reconnaissance goes, it's you get one fighter, get 3 versions of looking around and seeing what happens. But I can't see much reason beyond that if they're not armed heavily.
Missile launcher on each
It
wing.
has missiles.
And then finally the G-Atlas was the bottom rear half and had 2 powerful megaparticle cannons and caterpillar treads that allowed it to act as a high-speed combat vehicle.
Oh,
And
that's kind
later
of cool.
on, the Ignis module would be combined with the Jim Intercept Custom, creating the Jim Intercept Custom Ignis.
Unironically, that kind of works. And it does do the entire thing with a detachable backpack that does add in, and you can see where this is probably the most important development out of all of them. Because it's the one good idea it had, it actually worked well. It's not that it's depositing parts of a Gundam, it's that it's adding to a Gundam, or in this case, a Jim.
And that was all for the development history of the G-Fighter
It's like the
slash
clusterfuck that
G-Armor
started
slash
decent and
G-Mecha
never made it
slash
past that.
G-Parts. A toy-like fighter plane that may or may not have existed in the Gundam universe.
Yeah.
So let me know down below, what do you think about this flying brick? Do you accept its existence, or do you go with the Gundam compilation movie?
I would probably go with the movie myself. But as far as toys go, if I got that, I'd be like, it's dumb, but it has fiddly bits. And I'd probably geek out over that more than anything.
And replace it with the core booster. Personally, I've
are
always
you?
been
I
firmly
mean, but more
in Cat's
realistic.
core booster, but I do like the theory that I came up with in this video to incorporate them both into the same universe. So
And unlike a lot of the things that carried over when Bandai took over, this is something that would be utterly linked to Clover and their lack of success. So I could honestly believe the reason there's so little development history is because Bandai itself is blacklisting this specific model because it's a mark against them by comparison. So like, hey, remember how this did horribly? No, it didn't. It wasn't part of it. It wasn't us at all. Ignore that. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's pulling some corporate stuff just to make sure that happened. And early on, that might have been a good thing, because if they had taken over and did Gunpla starting with the same failed model, that could be bad. Yeah. Also, Duck, the HGUC G armor can use the RG 1.0 Grandpa as well. Oh, that's actually really cool that they built that system and they even incorporate it. Not sure it's still a good idea, but mostly because taking things apart and putting it back together wears on everything really fast to the point where they become slick and don't stick together on their own. But it looks cool. Ooh, and John, I'll pull up your comment. Other Fat Electrician videos you recommend are Sergeant Stubby, America's Best War Dog, Audie Murphy, Robert Howard, and the 42nd Infantry. Oh, geez. Yeah, I'll pull them in. 1 second. Now, I can say they'll all be... Wait, wrong way. There we go. Going to be a few fat electrician options when we eventually do this again. All right. Ooh. And Bandai wasn't the one who wrote off the G-Armor. It was Tomino himself. He hated it. Oh, I wonder if that was imposed on him by Clover then, since they were the ones producing or sponsoring it. Were they sponsoring, promoting, or producing it? Huh, probably a little of each. Okay. The G-Fighter was still made an appearance in G-Quux with the most recent appearance. I'll be honest, I completely and utterly missed the fact that it was in the show then. I watched G-Quux. I thought it was fun. I do not remember the G-Fighter being in it. And I do recognize the model. I just don't remember that part at all. A custom G-Fighter actually appears in Build Fighters Try. I don't know anything about Build Fighters other than, from what I've heard, it's good. Yeah, it's like the equivalent of, hey, what if Gundam wasn't depressing ever? Yeah, I always want to check it out. I just never remember to. Yeah. Warning, the 442nd is long and infuriating and so many badasses in it. How long are we talking? Might have to put that on a different list if it's too long. Clover was the sponsor for Sunrise, and later on Bandai took the rights. Oh. That would do it. Okay. Huh. And or mention, what if the Amazing Dildo Circle was a 90s video game by Harry Gold Show? Oh, God. Okay. Or... that sounds incredibly stupid, and I love it. I fundamentally love that idea.
Maybe I'll make that my new headcanon. But anyways, as always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope everyone watching has a great day, and I'll see you all next time.
Oh. Sorry, I just see really cool models. No, won't get distracted. Won't get distracted. Might be a little distracted. They look so cool. All right, up next we have all the GMs of the 1 Year War. Before we do that, though, I have a current problem I need to fix. It's called no coffee. I need to go fix that. But I will be right back. Yeah, and also the camera will cool down while we're doing this, so we don't have to worry about anything going short. So just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. That should be good. Camera's cooling down, but it is a bit warm. That's fine. All right, and what do we have? Oh, yeah, there's going to be all the Gundams people have posted. Oh, hey, Brother Sergeant, thank you for the members. Or, sorry, the jewels. That's pretty cool. It's a party hat. Here, I'll pull up in case no one else could see it. Oh, there he was. It went away already. I do like these little pop-ups every now and again. They're just cute, man. It's personally just like, ooh, dopamine. I enjoy them. And Duck, a Mark V would be so cool since they can retool the Dovin Wolf and the Silver Bullet to make it. Oh, for some of the various other things to be remade that they haven't done in a long time. Or might not ever do. Yeah. This might be a fun video. Beside the point, though. All right, I'm pulling up Discord right now. And let's see what kind of crazy stuff everyone has come up with. The answer, and hear me out, might be very. Very what? We will find out. Oh, God. So just pulling up some of the art we already have. Oh, this is going to be fun to go through. So we have some of the repair forms of Exia posted by Alex. That's just cool. Just like the alternate arts. And Duck talking about the Gundam and MS in general. An alternate coloration of Wing Zero from the show versus Endless Waltz. Again, I'm very biased in favor of Zero because I just think the model looks peak Gundam as far as I'm concerned. And the Crossbone Gundam in full cloth. I know so little about Crossbone. I kind of want to learn more about it. But at the same time, I'm kind of intimidated because I hear it gets really... And you can really choose whatever word you want after that. And it probably fits. And here's from the novel. That just looks like Death Scythe. And I don't know which came first, this or Death Scythe. But I think this probably came before Death Scythe. But the style is there. Granted, any Gundam or mobile suit with a cloak kind of feels like it. And Pro Guy, the Tequila Gundam. Oh, God, that's the Mexican one. The Crossbone Gundam X1 full cloth type. It has a freaking laser. It's an actual sword with laser cutout spikes and a crossbow of all the lasers. Oh, this is ridiculous. I love it. I don't know what's going on in the slightest, but I love it. Oh, here's more of the details. Nice. So it's pirate themed. Okay. I don't know what's going on. And that is a very expensive chicken. The Dandelion, unassembled, unpainted, custom GK Goda, full kit garage kit. It looks like a chicken. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? It looks like a chicken. A very expensive chicken. And the 2026 New Desert Yellow YMS 16M ZAML 1/100th scale assembly model action figure Chinese version plastic. I don't know if this is cool or dumb. I really don't know. Not being able to assemble it would actually be a buzzkill for me, though. And then we have the top-ranking MS overall Plan B, New Gundam Hwas, and Shin Burning Gundam. Ooh. Plan B, I know nothing about, but that looks cool because it's a lance and a halberd combined. Is it stupid? Yes. Does it look cool? Yeah. Hi, New. Makes sense. The extra armor I don't know much about, but okay. And Steven mentioned it's the evil chicken. Kylo Ren as a Gundam. The backpacks always will lead me to think Wing Gundam really becoming more and more unappreciated. Really? Huh. I mean, the regular Gundam's not bad, but I just have a preference for Wing Gundam because I thought it was just so cool, and I'm very biased towards the music. Again, all bias. And the Shin Burning Gundam, just more red. I don't know. The red doesn't do it for me on this one. Which is weird, because usually more red, I'm okay with. And it has a sword on its back. I'm usually okay with that. This one does not do it for me. I love the paint job, though. Or I guess probably just really good sticker application, which that might be the reason I don't like it. I'm just instinctively looking and thinking, sticker. And now I'm actively doing that. Yeah. Also, Strike Wyvern. The plan B is the Unicorn Gundam Perfectibility. It combines all 3 Unicorn Gundams. If all 3 Unicorn Gundams are your plan B, oh god, what the hell is plan A? I don't even want to think about what C is. Yeah. Also, HWS means heavy weapon system. That's why it's over-armored. And they tend to upscale 1/44th kits over there, so no clue. Yeah. I still can't tell if this is dumb or cool, but having the extra bit of color on the, I'm assuming, barrels really does a lot of work on this one. And then there's a Unicorn Gundam Perfectibility full Psycho Frame prototype mobile suit. Oh god, that's a real frame. For $530. You know what? I look at Gundam models and go, wow, I'm comparing this to things like GW. That much plastic for that large of a model looks really affordable. And then things like this drop. And all I can think is the comparative would probably be something along the lines of a Titan. And yeah, this is still 1/5 of the price. I'm still not buying it, but it looks cool. Oh. Yeah, $530 though. Yeah, dear. Do remember, $530 USD is a lot of money in your country due to conversions. And Alex, and here's the thing, $530 in my country without conversions is also a shit ton of money. Yeah. Oh, God. And we have some Dunbine stuff. Oh, this is what it looks like. Yeah, I remember they went more biological in the designs, and there's so much of the Xeon influence in that art style. Just the aesthetics and the poofy feet. The model looks really good, though. It'll be really funny if it turns out Dunbine is actually a crossover with whatever the hell the new Gundam franchise is, because they're dropping some crazy shit in. I don't think it would go that way, because that'd be one hell of a cross. I don't think they ever want to acknowledge it, but I would laugh my ass off if that was the case. And really like Pies is dropping this in. Reposting the visible GM vids. Yeah. This is the, I think, before version, and this is this before and after, or separate models? Either way, I know they did the paint job themselves. And Duck just with the regular GM. Standard. It works. Doesn't look bad. And, oh, someone went all out of, yeah, I know it's a cool pose, but they did a lot of little extra work here for the wire and the fire effect. That's cool. There's just so many cool things in Gundam, man. Also, Duck, that PG unicorn is only $363 USD. Only. I mean, yeah, that's about $200 less. On the other hand, yeah, that's still a lot of money. Again, like some of the models I bought, it's like, oh, $25 for an entire mech that'll take me a week or two because I build very slowly. That's perfectly valid. In fact, that's a great deal. I probably don't have the room for the unicorn set because it would probably be huge, but it's cool, man. Oh, yeah. And Duck, I'm only one guy. Honestly, I thought you were 3 chickens in a trench coat. Sorry, 3 ducks in a trench coat. Or I guess maybe like 2 really large ducks in a trench coat, since your name is Duck Duck Toys. Or was that what you're hiding all along? Yeah. It's taller than a... I'm sorry. It's taller than a warlord. To give people an idea, the $363 USD perfect unicorn Gundam, or perfected, or whatever it's called, Gundam, is taller than a warlord. A warlord Titan comes without its arms and is about $2,000, and each arm could be another couple hundred. And this is bigger. At some point, what do you do when you start playing Apocalypse games with Titans for 40K, and you're just bringing out a Gunpla collection to do it because the scale works. Oh, God. And Golden Foxy, if I looked at your Amazon card, you would notice you're slowly picking up and finding all the upgrades, so you'll have the Banshees, Divinity, and Unicorn full armor. Okay, 1, that's cool. 2, honestly, no, there's no 2. That's just cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still stuck on this part right there. Yeah, oh, it's on top chat. That's weird. Didn't change anything, though. Yeah, okay. You ever just randomly have something short your brain for a second, just blue screen? That's what that felt like. Okay. And Twitch, what scale are 40K Titans in? Scale-wise, it's very debatable if they scale anything. Because the models are one size, they frequently change them, and all of the mechs and all of the tanks are actually scaled down further, so it's an inconsistent scale for gameplay ease of use. Yeah, because technically, all of the tanks should be way bigger than they are. All of the aircraft should be way bigger. Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency in scale. So you just kind of like, does it look fun? It's cool. And essentially, it's like 2 feet tall for some of the giant mechs, and 1 foot tall for a knight that might be larger. Like, there's a lot of scale of, it looks right, so we'll just roll with it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Unironically, though, I would love to play an Apocalypse game with multiple Titans, just using Gundams as the stand-in. Yeah. Sure, why not? That sounds fun. Is it stupid? Yes. Are Titans good in 40K? No. Would it be fun to say, hey, I have spent less than $1,000 on a Titan army? I'm proxying it? That last part, yes. Yes, it would. Because you're never going to say that otherwise. Oh, dear God. Either way. Okay, we're going to jump into the next one because I can, and it's fun. And the camera actually has cooled down quite a bit. Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. Note to self, stop hitting my mic. Yeah. Be really annoying if I have to replace this thing. I've had it for almost a decade now, and it kind of works perfectly still. My literal last mic, the reason I got this one, is because the actual internals, after me using it so long, actually physically stopped working, and it stopped being able to record sound. Yeah, that's a good reason not to use it. I mean, it's still technically a recorded sound, but it was really, really bad. Mics break down over time. This one's held out a very long time. Capping it long, often, and harder than usual is one of the ways to do it faster. Yeah. All right, let's jump into this. Camera is a little off, but only a little. That's fine. And let's jump into the next part. Also, Vexy, Plan A was all the guns, and Plan B is all unicorns. Then I'm going to imagine Plan D is just God. I thought that was just the unicorns already. Let's jump into the next part then. So next up, we have Kakarot's all GMs in the 1 Year War, and their aces. There are a few missing. We'll get to that video next. Kakarot197.
Developed as the mass production version of the...
I don't know why, and this is going to sound weird. This looks weird to me. It's like the floating bridge right here. It just looks out of place for some... It's probably a CGI effect, and everything else isn't matching it quite the same. No, maybe it's not CGI. I don't know why. Just something about this animation looks odd.
Mass production version of the R78.
It looks like it's moving with more frames than everything around it. That's why. Okay.
Gundam. The RGM-79 Gym and its many variants would quickly become the Federation's mainstay weapon, despite its somewhat rocky start
and finish.
So today
and
we'll
middle.
be having a look at...
But damn. Like when they go all out on the art for the gym, it just looks cool. Like, there's just a timeless coolness quality to the gym that, don't get me wrong, the Gundam is awesome, but this looks like it would stand in terms of just being, this is what a mech should look like. Not a Gundam, just a really solid mech. I just love the look of it. Not so much the older ones, but like this variation where they really went in. It's like, okay, it's Gundam adjacent, but it's just not quite there. It looks so good.
At all of the gym variants of the 1 Year War,
Yeah.
and the
0081?
best pilots
Yeah.
who were behind their controls.
PS2 game intro, got it.
Brought to you by the best VSU. But before we had the RGM-79 gym, sometimes also affectionately called the Vanilla Gym, we had two pre-production versions. One for space, the gym early type, and one for Earth, the gym ground type.
Yep.
And with the gym early type, things didn't really look like they were off to a great start.
Yeah.
While it was a perfectly fine mobile suit on paper, its actual combat...
Also, I'm being told by Duck in the comments, the one I was geeking out with was the GM Command Space type, and Strike Wyvern then went in with that one as well. Okay, that makes sense. And Wave then said it was the HG GM Command Space is a good kit, but needs some color correction. Ah, damn.
Records left something to be desired. And in fact,
I need to watch more Gundam.
Our gym early type ace pilot is less of an ace and more of a survivor. Terry Sanders Jr. His entire team was wiped out, and he was only able to survive thanks to the best ball pilot around.
Those are not the words I ever expect to hear. Survive because of a ball. I guess this is literally the case of everyone else had no ball. Everyone needs at least one ball. I am going to continue running with this one as long as I can. And Steven Josa. The GMs are good, MS suck. Jabbing for the Gundam. Yeah, or jobbing is probably what he meant for the Gundam. Also, the GM Sniper 2 is your favorite non-Gundam MS. Only the Dom and its descendants can compete. Honestly, I like a lot of the sniper variations of all the mobile suits, so the GM obviously fills to that category of it just is cool, man. I also just like the aesthetic of sniper mobile suits in general. They just look neat. Also, according to Tomorrow, Sanders redeemed himself by using the Gundam ground type. Oh.
Shiro Amada.
Ah!
On the ground, though...
Yeah, that would do it.
Things went much...
I'm going to say something controversial. Better Camille Badon. He got better, but Shiro just didn't take that sense nearly as much.
Better with the GM ground type. This machine was modeled after the Gundam ground type and would be extremely important for the Federation. Along with the Gundams, these units would be stationed at the most important fronts, where they would not only score important victories, but...
Oddly enough, I think I played that game. Like a demo of it only, but I think I did try it. Or maybe it wasn't a demo, it was like an old rental copy on the PS2. It sounds and looks so familiar. I remember sucking at it, though, which is really not saying anything.
Also provided the Federation with much needed information for future mobile suits and mobile suit combat strategies. One such team was Delta Team, consisting of Matt Healy, Anish Loftman, and Larry Radley.
Oh.
They would book great results with these gyms, and would keep using them even after the introduction of the standard gym. This was because even though the standard gym was more versatile, the gym ground type was more powerful.
Oh?
But that's of course not to say that the standard gym was weak.
Also, Strike Weapon, that looks like Battle Operation? Maybe it is. I know it's an old enough game. I might have actually played it. Huh. Also, apparently everything I just said about Camille being the lesser, I know I just pissed people off. To be fair, though, I remember very little of Jadun. And I remember only about Camille that I just got annoyed with him frequently. But this is also, I saw it after Seed, and I know it was probably a heavy influence into Seed. So seeing where it came from is like, oh, yeah, I see the tropes now, and I'm annoyed by seeing it. Not really its fault, and if I had seen the other order, maybe it would be a different appreciation altogether.
Despite its not so great reputation as mere cannon fodder, it did
I mean, they gave it the red shirt. Is it a reference? Probably not, because it just looks cool. But it definitely works.
Managed to surpass the Gundam in certain fields, like acceleration and maintainability. Its greatest asset, though, was its aforementioned versatility. Even though its standard armaments consisted of just a pair of Vulcan guns, a beam saber, and a beam spray gun, the GIM could be outfitted with many more weapons, making it suitable for just about any situation on any location.
Neat.
And no one showed the GIM's might better than Charles Kissingham,
who?
the Federation's number 4 ace who managed to shoot down.
Okay, so I did see a previous video about all the aces on the Federation side, and I don't remember this guy. Or is this someone who was created after the previous video? How old is this one? Only 2 years? Yeah, maybe this is someone from newer media then, or from a game that I just wasn't aware of.
52 mobile suits and 2 ships with nothing more than the vanilla GIM.
Damn. Like, I've heard people doing crazy things when it came to Sniper GIM. Makes sense, and other with the non-snipers, which are more crazy. Also, Stephen Choza, you mentioned, all the first pilots were kind of thrown into battle with no setup like Xeon did with the Zaku pre-war. Yeah. Funny how if you give people a tool and you don't train them right, it doesn't work. Yeah. And the novels get Wild Wave? Oh, God.
But at the same
He was a
time,
novel
there was
pilot.
also a lot of feedback on the GIM that said that it lacked firepower. So the Federation took some inspiration from the gun cannon, slapped a cannon onto the GIM, and called it the GIM Cannon. And one of these units was piloted by Lido Wolf, the Federation's number 3 ace, with 68 mobile suit and 4 ship kills.
Yeah, it worked.
When the big battles moved from the ground to space, a more lightweight and agile version was created, dubbed the GIM Cannon Space Assault Type. We
Still
don't
have
know
feet,
the
though.
names of those who piloted these machines, but they were all...
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's the blue and white code right here, like the coloration. But all I can think is, oh, it's meant for police work. This is a police no crime utility option. If it fires, there is no crime in this area, or anything else for that matter.
Said to be
That's where my mind goes on this one.
Other pilots then
Ooh, the mech looks
didn't
cool.
want more weapons on their machine, they wanted a more agile machine.
Ooh.
And for this, a very simple
The light
solution
armor.
was devised.
Okay, yeah.
The GIM Light Armor.
Probably dies
As
fast.
its name indicates, as much armor as possible was removed, and even the Vulcan guns were removed to save as much weight as possible. And instead of the weaker rapid-fire beams,
Yeah, this is definitely some of the early art style for Gundam. I think this was the one people said was Tomino drew it, because he liked doing the more bottom-up look of the Gundams. Ooh, also, King, I'm going to pull up your comment quickly. Yeah, here we go. Question, early series Camille or late series Camille, because he gets better by the midpoint? I'd say most of my memories of him are the early point, unfortunately, because I do remember enjoying his character later on, but the first part just sticks in my memory more, so it kind of poisons everything by comparison. And tomorrow, Lido Wolf is just outright cheating since he used other GMs. His GM Sniper 2 uses prototype and Hayokishiki rifle. I mean, it's only cheating if it kills you. Or you get caught. And he did get killed, so maybe it was cheating. And the light armor GM looks sleek. Oh, it does. It really does.
ray gun, it now used a custom beam rifle that traded more firepower for less shots. All of which made this GIM ideal for hit-and-run tactics, and was especially favored by fighter pilots turned mobile suit pilots.
Because it probably has closer
Captain
acceleration.
Gary Rogers in particular would become famous for using this speedy GIM.
Oh.
And it is also rumored that a GIM Command light armor existed.
Again, I think this is the coolest looking GM. It just has so much more detail that it just stands out as much more impressive to me.
Combining both the firepower and the speed then
The models
was
are
the
so
GIM
cool.
Sniper Custom. But
really
don't let
is.
its name fool you, because for some reason, at some point, Sniper had become the designation for a high-performance mobile suit in...
Oh, really? I thought they actually just sniped a lot of the time, which, I mean, I'm cool with, because it comes with a giant cannon gun thing. Murder machine. I'm okay with it. Also, Steven, Charles kissing him was in the Ace video. He's not number 4 Ace. Huh. I guess I just forgot him then, which is not saying much for me because I do that a lot.
In the Federation. As a result, anyone piloting a Gym Sniper Custom was the best of the best that the Federation had to offer.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't come as a surprise that the Federation's number 1 ace, Kenneth A. Young, used one of these as his main unit. He managed to shoot down 149 mobile suits and 3 ships.
Also, as much as I'm geeking out over the sniper, I still think the command type looks cooler. It's a personal preference.
But even though he was the best performing in terms of numbers, Francis Backmeyer must be mentioned here as well.
Oh?
Now, due to the Gym Sniper Custom being assigned to ace pilots, many of them would customize their units to their liking. But their standard configuration would be the one pioneered by Francis. Another famous variant then was used by the Shimoda Squad, whose units had missile launchers installed on their backpacks.
This is just hitting that little goblin part of my brain and reminding me, oh yeah, hey, do you know what else is fun to do in Battletech? Different franchise, but it still holds up. Putting all the missiles on something and say, fuck yo, heat retention. I'm gonna burn to hell and destroy everything in the process. And this is basically saying, yeah, have fun with that. And I will. I just love the look of it.
For even more firepower.
Yeah.
And talking about customized Gym Sniper Customs, the unit would also be further developed into 2 units that would specialize in protecting Federation fleets.
I mean, again, I'm someone who likes Death Scythe, or not Death Scythe, well, I do like Death Scythe from Wing, but the Heavy Arms Gundam, which is just all the missiles, all the rocket, all the DACA, you see where I'm going with this.
The Gym Intercept Custom would use its
macro-style missile spam
unit to intercept enemy units en route.
That looks cool.
And the Gym Guard Custom would use its giant shield to protect.
I know we've seen the shield before in other videos. I still think it looks cool. Yeah, I just like the look of it. These are both aesthetically awesome mechs. Ooh, and King Dragon, I'll pull up your comment. Fun fact, the reason why practically all Gundams have very bright color scheme is because the RX-78-2 put the fear of the devil in everyone. Yeah. Because nothing is worse than thinking you might be fighting the White Devil for a second there. Psychological profiles, when you're that close to actually see the enemy about to murder you, it does work, and it's actually an incredibly valid reason. The other one being, you know, money. IRL profits look better with bright, colorful things, and shiny things sell better and get more attention. But let's not think about that, because that's a very silly way to look at, even if it's accurate. And that's only the logic for in Universal Century King? Yeah. Although I think some of the later series probably would have similar aesthetic choices because usually Gundams make an impact.
Protect the ships from any enemy mobile suits who manage to escape the Intercept Custom. Unfortunately, we don't know of any particular aces who used the Guard Custom, but the Intercept Custom was used by Hope Galloway, who modified his unit with the Ignis, turning it into the Gym Intercept Custom Ignis.
And it has 2 things I like. Guns over the shoulders, guns under the armpit. I'm a very simple man. I see more gun, I'm more like.
And continuing with the sniper units, there also was the
giant
Gym
fuck-off
Sniper,
cannon,
which was simply a Gym ground type that was painted green and given a sniper rifle.
My God.
And the Gym Sniper 2. Arguably the most powerful Gym of the entire 1-year war. And just like the Gym Sniper Custom, despite its sniper designation, it was actually a high-performance, all-round ace mobile suit. It had superior speed, superior power, superior sensors, and a huge arsenal of powerful weapons to choose from.
Damn, that looks good. I think this is still a 3D mock-up, but it looks so cool. It's very clean, very cut down, very simplistic. It doesn't go overboard on the details, which I do like going overboard on the details. But it's just, it just looks like, okay, here's a cool mech. Have fun with it. The only problem I'd have is that antenna in the back, because I know I would break it on an actual toy. Like, it goes immediately. I don't even bother attaching it, because I know if I put it on, it snaps in half. I will find some way to do it, and it will guarantee it breaks. Looks cool, though.
On paper, it was even
the Light of
set
Wolf
to
sniper?
rival or surpass the performance of the legendary RX-78-2 Gundam. And while not every team was able to live up to these paper specs, the White Dingo team, with their slightly customized versions...
I'm just going to admit right now, I've heard this multiple times, and I've been able to stop myself from saying a dingo ate my baby. Except for right now where I gave in and said it. Every time I hear it, I'm tempted. Sometimes I give in to that temptation.
Absolutely did. And of course, I once again have to mention Lido Wolf here.
Also, Duck, I should stop gripping my kits. Oh no, that's the thing. It's not usually that. It's more a matter of it will fall somehow. It will fall directly on the antenna, and the rest of the model will be fine, but the antenna gets lost in the carpet. I don't know how, but I have, for multiple different franchises, multiple bits that I know I am walking over every day, and I can't feel them, but they have to be there because I never got them out of the carpet. It's a problem. It is a legitimate problem. I don't know how it happens to. It's not just this house. Multiple houses in multiple decades now. It just keeps happening.
Who used a Gym Sniper 2 in the closing stages of the war. And in recent years, a manga-only predecessor unit to this amazing unit has also popped up, the Gym Dominance. A unit that definitely had a very dominant performance and was used by Yu Kajima and Philip Hughes, two members of the feared guinea pig team.
That is a phrase. Feared guinea pig. Okay. Good to know. Also, Duck, you've never broken an antenna in a Gunpla before? Here's the thing. I don't just mean Gunpla. I mean anything with an antenna. For example, I do a lot of Infinity models. They're supposed to have little antenna on the background. Like this. This guy has the antenna on his heads. I have 2 of them on 20 models because the other 18 are missing. I have it on GW plastic models where they came off. I have it on Infinity models, which I just showed. I have it on random aside 3D printed ones that just, for some reason, really good plastic, could survive being thrown against the wall. The antenna's gone. Some half printed, others came off, some were started, and then I touched them and they were fine. I painted them. I went back the next day, the antennas are missing. I don't know what happened. I'm honestly assuming the cat ate the antennas on those. But it's been multiple different kits, multiple different materials. Metal, plastic, resin. Hell, I'm pretty sure there's some Gundam piece that I haven't broken yet because I don't think I attached them, but just every time there's an antenna, I know it breaks. Ugh.
Although you might be more familiar
and Battletech.
with
I think I've broken
them
on a Battletech model too.
The team from Blue Destiny. The stock Gym Sniper 2 then can trace its roots all the way back to the gym called Districts type. An often overlooked machine that was made for combat in extremely cold environments. A fact that also made this a very rugged machine.
This must be from one of the early shows that I missed. Or it's Zeta, because it looks like that animation style, and I just forgot about it because it's been literally decades plural since I saw Zeta.
That would prove deadly in the right hands, like the aforementioned guinea pig team. And with its high performance, the Cold Districts type would also be very influential for future mobile suits, with its direct lineage being the Gym Command, a unit that was rolled out with 2 different backpacks. A high mobility omnidirectional version for the Gym Command Space type,
nice,
and a more standard looking version for the Gym Command Ground type.
Also nice.
The Ground type would again be most famously used by the guinea pig team.
Ah, they were in the game. That's why I don't know them. Because I sucked so hard. I think I played a demo version that never got through. Yeah. Oh. Use metal, use magnets? Mo, that would make a lot of sense, except the pieces are so small. I don't think there's magnets that really fit them in. Usually you just super glue them in and it's fine. But I just, me and antennas, man, they do not work. And frankly, removing them doesn't really change the aesthetics on anything.
Whereas the Space type would really be able to show its colors in the hands of Franklin Novotny, the number 6 Federation ace who got his kill count solely with this machine.
Yeah.
And I also have to mention Kenneth A. Young here because he also used the machine. These two then would be further developed into the Gym Sniper 2, completing our loop. But back to the influence of the Gym called Districts type. It used some of the data of the early type in its development.
I really should just pick up not War in the Pocket, like some of the Gundam Operation games, or is it only the one? Because the more I see about it, it's like, yeah, it's a bit dated, but it still holds up, it looks like, or at least from the clips I've seen so far.
And in turn, its data would be used for the Gym Kai, the unit that would serve as basically the template for the Federation's future mobile suit development.
Yeah, and admittedly some of them look really cool.
Despite being deployed in quite some numbers, its most notable pilots would all come from after the 1-year war.
Oh.
Like South Burning or Kamuna Tachibana, who piloted a commander version. A slightly customized version, though, was used by Tosh.
Stoll Mannings. Why does this feel like a villain name in a child's cartoon? Oh my god, it's the Man Stealer! Sorry, Stoll Mannings! He stole the Mannings! Oh my god! This is where my mind goes. He makes just dumb connections, and I'm not going to unthink this now. It's completely stupid. There's no point to it. But all I can see is 80s children's cartoon villain, and I'm not going to unthink it.
Gray and Stoll Mannings. The Gym later type.
Oh shit, Battle Operation 2 is free to play.
Gym Kai that was outfitted with the backpack of a Gym Command space type, had additional attitude control thrusters and vents installed, and had its single backpack mounted beam saber replaced by 2 beam sabers that were now located on the back skirt. Its more famous variant then was the Gym Striker, a heavily armored close combat variant that was made in response to Zeon's feared goof. It came with a powerful twin beam.
Okay, 1, I like this variation of the twin beam, where it's just 2 beams up front. Is it stupid? Yes. Does it look cool? Yes. And 2, I know the goof is a legitimate mobile suit and it looks really cool and it's actually well done, but the name is stupid in English and I love it for that reason alone.
Scythe, but perhaps its most devastating asset was its most infamous pilot, Yuji Arcana from Nemesis.
Bet.
Its reactive armor then was a development of the very successful reactive armor used on the Desert Gym.
Oh.
A unit that was fine-tuned for desert warfare with things like extra dust proofing and better cooling.
Yeah. Especially the last part.
Though, not a lot is known about these units or the pilots who used them. What we do know is one more unit that they inspired and the unit that they were developed from, the Gym Land Combat type. These units were mainly deployed on the European front, and
that is a lot of extra rockets. Okay. This is a land version, though. I guess still agility is agility.
Their biggest improvement over the standard Gym was their increased armor. Something that the Desert Gym would then improve upon with its reactive armor. And its most famous weapon was a giant railgun. But again,
that's a railgun?
Not too much is known about its pilots during the 1-year war. The other development from the Desert Gym then was the Armor Gym.
Oh, also, tomorrow, I'm going to pull up your comments. That actually is kind of fascinating. And Duck mentioned it was Gundam Sentinel, and then tomorrow mentioned that's Gundam Sentinel, and man, was this Bandai's first copyright hell. Let's just say Sentinel was a fan work turned canon. Oh. And that's adding in the fact that copyright is utterly bullshit in Japan, in the sense that everything is completely and utterly owned by the original right holders. So Tomino, I think, over anyone else, in more than Bandai even. But then technically all of the fan works are illegal and utterly illegal. And I don't mean slightly illegal, I mean spending time in jail illegal, except Comic Head is a thing and making fan works is a constant and accepted part of culture. Yeah, I can see why this would be a legal clusterfuck. Yeah. And we need more rockets? When? We always need more rockets. It's silly to think otherwise, but I agree. Very much so. And just gonna make this clear, Bandai owns Mobile Suit Gundam Sentinel, but they don't own the characters. The characters are owned by Model Graphics, and Bandai has to pay a license. They agreed to pay a license. If you make a video with a still image and you're a Japanese citizen making that video on YouTube, you will go to jail. I know this because someone, I think last year or a year ago, went to jail for making a video with a still image in it. Yeah. And on the plus side, Nintendo lost the Pokemon mechanic patent in Japanese courts. Oh, that's official? I thought it was appealed. Oh, shit. And Model Graphics has been an active collaborator with Bandai. That's probably why they didn't go full out tomorrow, because maybe they get more out of it than not. There's probably a lot of, oh god, what are we doing, going on in the background. Gundam Sentinel is very messy. The story and characters can't be used by the mobile suits, are able to be used by Bandai. I think mech designer for Sentinel wasn't very happy with the owner of Senti. Oh. Huh. As Senti as in, like, I'm probably missing things. Oh, the Ken Panders and the Sonic comic issue. But likely more amicable. Oh. I've heard there's some issues with Ken Panders and Sonic in general, but I don't know a lot of the details. They're just that the equivalent of, oh god, why, has been used in multiple descriptions of it when I was asking what was going on. Huh. There's a story there.
Arguably one of the strongest ground units that the Federation had.
Oh?
Rather than a completely new unit though, it simply consisted of an upgrade package for the vanilla gym. It had reactive armor that was supplemented by heavy thrusters. And these didn't just compensate for the new armor, but actually increased the gym's mobility.
Oh!
It was
would be worth just adding the thrusters alone.
This gym could go toe-to-toe with Zeon's Fear Dome. On top of that, it also had excellent serviceability.
Oh!
Like, in short, it...
See, that last part right there. Having a really awesome machine that has all the top-of-the-line parts and will do perfect performance and is the best and fastest thing ever. Then if it gets a slight paint scratch, the entire thing falls apart and you have no way to ever replace a single part of it. Yeah, not that good. Serviceability is amazing because it means, oh yeah, we blew off a leg. We got a new one. We'll fix it up. That right there is kind of amazing and something that a lot of machines are not built around. IRL specifically. So yeah, that's kind of amazing to hear.
Was perfect. So it might surprise you to hear that there aren't a lot of combat records for these machines.
Oh.
And that is because Desert Rommel managed to raid a warehouse that had many of the conversion parts. Only a few...
That's a nice GM you got there. Oh, God. Yeah, that would do it. Also, according to Wave in the chat, also, your understanding is that there are other odd copyright and trademark issues, and one of the reasons most advanced of Zeta-based kits only release in P Bandai. Yeah, that might do it.
Could be scavenged, and by the time that they could make more, the war was already over. The most famous one used during the war was by Barry Abbott from the Witch Hunt Squad.
It's so weird to see the eyes highlighted behind the screen or the visor. Is that the thing that just his model did, or that others did it as well? I don't know.
Squadron. And this lack of combat records is going to continue for most of the remaining gyms in this video.
Oh, so they're like one-off mentions?
For very different reasons. First up, the Gym Nightseeker.
I don't know why, but I hate this design. It's the... No, never mind. I know exactly why. It's the head. And the forward-mounted thrusters, like, sure, this is probably actually very practical, but it doesn't look as cool. The backpack on the back looks very skimmed. And the head... It looks like it's wearing an underwater mask. But I don't think that's where they're going with this. Yeah. It looks like a snorkel, even with the extra attachment to the side. It looks like a snorkel.
Spec Ops machine that was meant to infiltrate Zeon bases under the cover of night.
Yeah.
They were outfitted with a stronger sensor and...
I'm assuming land bases more than anything, because if that's in space,
and had extra thrusters for their drop operations. These allowed them to make faster drops and also allowed them to make jumps of up to 400 meters to quickly return to their mothership. Both speed and stealth were essential.
I mean, it's not a bad mech. I just... The thrusters look so tacked on, and it's not bad parts, but overall, if they told me this was underwater thrust, I'd probably like it more. But the idea that it's airdrop, it's like, sure, functional, but just the design aesthetic is missing the mark on this one for me.
To these machines. And because they were, of course, so secretive, we only know that they were deployed by the elite 33rd Company, and that a Gem Nightseeker 2 was also developed.
This one, it's a little better because they've upgraded the packs, but even the back design, it still looks very thin and wiry, which a lot of the Gundam aesthetic I really love is when they go full on chunky boy, which is weird that I like G-Quux, even that is not chunky mechs in the slightest. But still, at least for this one, it doesn't fit the aesthetic. It feels off.
These GIMs use the same phase visor and thrusters, but the base unit was now a GIM light armor instead of a vanilla GIM.
Yeah.
Again, very little is known about their operations during the 1 Year War, other than the fact that they were used by the 33rd Company and that they were extremely effective.
So effective, they never got shot down in cannon.
Then were the Federation's Marine units. Faced with Zeon's amphibious mobile suits, the Federation decided to counter them with a Marine variant of the GIM.
Look how effective they are. I can't say they're bad models, they're just...
First was...
It feels like they wanted to make a mobile armor, just couldn't get away with it on this one.
The GIM Sloop.
Doesn't look bad.
An unarmed version that was basically the mobile suit equivalent of putting on some scuba gear.
Yeah.
It could dive, but it was really only usable for reconnaissance purposes.
Oh.
And as soon as their other project began gaining more traction, which was the Aqua Gym, the sloop almost immediately fell out of favor.
Yeah.
And they were quickly converted back to regular gyms, with the exception of 2 data gathering units. Unfortunately,
I wonder how many gyms just exist in the background of all the peacetime stories in the UC. What few peacetime stories there are is like, yeah, we got this gym on sale. It was all junk heap at the time, but we got so many parts we could build a few of them. We use it to till the land on the farm. I fully believe there's probably enough pieces lying around that someone could legitimately just do that.
That was also the best thing I can say about the Aqua Gym. It's better than the Gym Sloop.
Looks cool.
And maybe the Marine Zaku.
Ooh.
But that's it. It does look quite deadly with its many thrusters, torpedo launchers, claws, and harpoon gun.
Note the word look. Yeah. I'd like the Zamel.
It was no match for Zeon's more advanced amphibious mobile suits.
Yeah.
They did see combat, but in general, underwater
they
combat was less important than
the
land combat and space combat. So not a lot of records remain, and maybe that's for the better for the reputation of the Aqua Gym. We do know that 2 of these clunkers were tested out by Philip Hughes and Simona Phyllis, and that its parts were used to transform the Gym Dominance into the Gym Dominance underwater equipment type.
Damn.
A unit that was used by Yu Kajima. Definitely the weirdest gym.
All right, Kakarot, you got me on that one. You got me on that one. The neutered with and without balls. And they literally just strap 2 ball units to the back. I hate how I actually like this design. Because if you take the pilots out of there, that's actually a really cool look. It's like, hey, what if we took the weakest general units and strapped them together and suddenly it looks good? Is it good? Probably not, but it looks cool. And the remote balls? Yeah. Also, wave. It's like how we saw abandoned G-Tanks that had been converted into construction equipment in G-Quux, right? Yeah. Honestly, G-Quux is one of those series where I honestly wish they had more time with it, because it does feel like they rushed the second half and went really slow with the first half. Again, I actually like G-Quux. It just feels like there were issues with its creation.
gym on this entire list then was the Gym Juggler, a gym with remote-controlled balls in an attempt to recreate the all-range attacks that Xeon's new type machines were capable of. It was not very successful.
I guess they didn't have enough balls for it. I'll see myself out on that one.
Also, this was originally a video game only mobile suit that has since made some cameos in anime and manga.
But it looks so cool. Why does it have to look cool? Ah.
But because of its video game origins, the best ace pilot for this Federation machine is Mulaflaga.
What?
Yes, that.
What? This is a Super Robot Wars thing, isn't it? Got it. That makes sense. Also, Gav, have I ever heard of the N319 or 1N9 from Art Fight? I have no idea what that is, Gav, so nope, I don't even know what Art Fight is.
Mulaflaga. And then last, but definitely...
Also, Siren mentioned, remember, incompetence via comparison, a regular soldier seems incompetent next to the special forces, but can still beat a civilian or countries with outdated tech. And keep in mind, outdated tech just means it's not good in a very specific use case scenario. But if someone shoots you with a bow and arrow, you're still going to die.
Not least, we have the gym
I mean, maybe not. There's a lot of leeway in there, but it would be very much a don't want to find out scenario.
Trainer, a mobile suit that was obviously...
Oh, is that with a cockpit window? Oh, shit.
Never intended to see frontline duty.
Probably did.
Because it was made as a training mobile suit.
Also, Zero, you mentioned it's an SD Gundam Generations game. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Yeah.
While it did have the same base performance as the gym, it of course also had a lot of cost-cutting measures that made it less than ideal for actual combat.
Yeah.
It lacked the head-mounted Vulcan guns, and while its armor looked mostly the same, it was both cheaper and weaker. And because it's a training mobile suit, it also had a cockpit.
I just realized you can see a bit of the eye glow in the visor here, and you can see a bit of the eye glow here. And this one's like, yeah, it's very bright. And this one's like, you can see how it's actually less bright in the image he chose. It almost looks like the eyes are within the visor and going halfway, going like, sup, guys? I'm here to help. Maybe that's just me, but I can't unsee that now.
That could house 2 people, the instructor and the trainee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Those were all of the gyms used by the Federation during the One-Year War.
But we're not done yet.
In the main Universal Century timeline.
Oh, alternates.
Thunderbolt, we get a very different...
Oh, I love this detail. Someone said NASA Punk to a previous one. No, this is NASA Punk. Like all of the ribbing around it that you could tell is meant to just keep everything contained. That is so cool. I'm not even sure it's called ribbing, but like the soft sections meant to be able to bend.
Different version of the vanilla gym that also looked significantly more advanced and way stronger, which then got developed into the Gundam head, which is just the same thing again.
Yeah.
But with a Gundam head, and the gym cannon, a unit that doesn't look that different from the...
Yeah, but they definitely gave it a glow up. The art-wise, it has a very distinct glow up. Also, really like what they did with the feet here. A bit of the flair that Xeon adds in, but still blocky enough to fit like the Federation aesthetic. Also, according to Strikewire in the chat, fun fact, almost all GM mentioned here are playable in Battle Operation 2, excluding the GM Early Type, GM Sleop, the GM Juggler, and the Thunderbolt and Origins GM. Honestly, that's kind of disappointing because the one I would love to try would be the Juggler because it looks so ridiculous, and I kind of want it for that very reason. And I really like Pies. He has a dedicated video on it for his Questions of the Week series. Ooh.
Mainline gym cannon, comparatively speaking. And then from the origin, we again get a somewhat different vanilla gym, which again looks more powerful than its main counterpart.
Yeah.
Especially so when you hook up the cannon to
Oh, hello, missile spam, my beloved. I think the only thing I'm missing out of the general, hey, what if we put more guns on it, was someone who was just carrying on either side giant racks of missiles that they just aimed. Instead of like Gatling cannons being aimed above and below, it'd be like, okay, here's a rack of 20, here's a rack of 20, all the missiles. Maybe that's just me.
its backpack or slap on its additional missile launchers.
Yeah.
But what makes things easy for this video
is it good?
is
No,
that
would be fun.
many of its variants are actually almost one-to-one with their mainline Universal Century timeline.
Oh.
Things like the Gym Sniper Custom, Gym Intercept Custom, or Gym Nightseeker. Unique variants are the Gym Close Combat type, used by CLMS, the Gym Slugger Law Custom, used by Slugger Law, and the Gym Long Range type.
Oh, it's the head. It's the extra units on either side of the head that's throwing me off. That's what's odd about it. Oh, okay, I see it.
And those were really all of the gyms of the 1 Year War. So let me know
Unless
down
there's
below
more.
which one you would use.
God, that's such a weird image of this guy. Also, because I keep thinking he has a pot belly because his helmet's right there, and it matches the stripe down the front of his shirt. So I keep thinking, oh, he's fat. Then I was like, oh, no, wait, he just has a helmet off right now. It looks so weird.
If you were a Federation pilot during the 1 Year War. For me, obviously, I would go for the Gym Sniper 2. After working my way up as a fighter pilot who went to the Gym Light Armor, who then got a Gym Sniper Custom, and then finally got a Gym Sniper 2 for the Battle of Abawa Q. So don't forget to check out NordV.
And next up we have Gundam X and the G Falcon development history. And actually, do you guys want to do Gundam X next, or all the Gundams 1 Year War and their pilots? Huh. Because we had and the Aces and their pilots is a slightly different variation from 2 years ago as well. Huh. Actually, we're going to switch over to this one quickly, let the camera cool down. And I'll put a video up or a poll up which one we want to do next, because we might do this one next. Because we did the GMs, why don't we do all the Gundams now? So let's try this one. Which next? And I cannot spell, apparently. We're going to do both of them. These are the two videos we're hitting regardless. But I'm just not sure which one we'll hit next. Wave? Kakarot actually missed it? Oh. What's the Wave Gundam? Or is that the Wave Gym? 1 Year War Gundam first, according to Fox. Gav going to N3, 1 and 9, pronounced 99, is a mech OC, by Nulvo, which is an attempt to not have other people to make art of it or attack in art fight, but encourage people to go out of their safe zone. Art fight? I don't know what art fight is. I'm going to check this up quickly because I'm actually just curious. Huh? Yeah, I'm not pulling up these art images. That's a thing. I have no idea what art fight is. Huh. It's apparently an entire community that I literally have never even found out about. Have I seen the Creative Everyday Neuro Summit videos? Nah, Blue, I haven't seen a lot of Neuro lately. I need to catch up on it, but it's just one of those things I need to get around to eventually. And according to Strike Wyvern, Kakarot did miss a couple of GM variants. He had them in the Gundam. Oh, in the Gundam of the 1 Year War. So the one we might be checking out next, because it looks like that is winning the poll by a long shot. Now, granted, only about a third of the people here have voted at the moment, so it could be very far off, but we'll have to find out. Actually, we're going to put it in... Mo, you're heading out? All right, thanks for dropping in then. Art fight is just a thing to get artists to collab. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'm also going to quickly pull up where's the clock app? Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to set this to a minute. This should be enough time. Whatever wins, wins. We'll find out, though. Alrighty. Also posted all the kits. Ooh, Doc, I'll check that. Actually, let's not do that one. I will check out the kits first, and whatever wins will be whatever wins by the end of it. But I do want to check out the kit. Because, again, more cool Gundams is, and hear me out, this might sound shocking, more cool Gundams. And yeah, I'm just using Gundam as the franchise term more than the actual models themselves being Gundams or not. Oh. I scanned a few things, let's put it that way. And this is what we're looking at. One, just GM videos. The GM with a camera. Ooh, we have the RGM79 ground type, which, honestly, the model really holds up. As long as those aren't stickers. If those are stickers, so help me. If the details are just sticker bait, I would hate it. But overall, yeah, the model looks up, and I love the basing. I never bother with myself because I just hate doing it. But that looks good. That legitimately looks good. Yeah. Well done on that one. And according to Alex, this is the size of the Unicorn Divine. 1, god damn, that's huge. 2, you need stands for both of the weapons on top of the Gundam itself. But it looks so cool. It can just stand straight up and has a giant chunky stand for it. Oh, God. Oh, that's insane. And we have the entire variation Unicorn, Banshee, Phoenix. And we have the Psycho Frame used, and Narrative Gundam, followed by all weapons equipped, Perfected, and Unicorn Gundam. I don't know nearly enough about those, where they even came from, because I thought Gundam Unicorn was kind of its own thing, and that it is just like, okay, and this happened. Never ask questions about what happened next. And we have the Perfectibility Divine, going even further beyond your wallet. A 160 Unicorn Gundam Perfectibility Full Armor Divine Expansion customized by... Oh, God, so it's individually customized. And this... Those are actual lights on it, not just paint in it. Oh, God. And there's a human scale down here. That's beautiful. I don't want to ask about any questions. And here's a video about it. I'm not going to hit it just because it might be Bandai specifically, and I don't want to risk that during a stream, but it looks so cool. Also, Colin, you don't need a stand for the shield. They can be mounted on the back. Still pretty cool, though. And kind of, you can't wait until I get to the Strike development history. We're going to be holding off till that one next week, because otherwise we'd be breaking it between parts. So we're going to be going straight Strike development next week. Ooh, here's the GM Sniper. Again, really cool basing. And the model itself kind of holds up. It's straightforward, has the gun, it's holding it. Good detail, nothing too extraneous. Yeah, it's a solid mech. Okay, yeah, that's just flexing right now. Just showing how big it is by comparison. I actually love when things happen like this, where you see just like, oh yeah, here's the scale we're at. That is a building size or as tall as a building firearm by a giant mech. And it's just, that's cool, man. Giant pot of fuck yous. Yeah. That's fun. Oh, man, Duck, you got some awesome showcase pieces here. And we got the GM Sniper. Yeah. I don't know. This one looks really spindly on the arms by comparison to some of the others. But it looks good, though. And we got the Cold Districts type. Oh, they actually had a specific model for it. Oh. Yeah, it looks good. Command Colony type. Slightly more detail on this one, but it holds up. And the GM Striker. Oh, well, actually, surprisingly more detail put into this than I thought they would. Specifically on the helmet having the extra bits right there. And that visor, is that a sticker or did you just get some kind of crazy paint job on that thing? Damn. Again, love the base. Double beam scythe. Yeah. Ooh, and Real Like Pies is doing the GM Striker custom, Vanguard, and Buster. Yeah. Even the cloth aspect just looks cool. Give the mech cloth. Mechs love cloth. That's just awesome. And the sassy pose with the hand on the hip. And according to Duck, that was paint markers. Oh, damn. Also, Gav, I missed your comment. Oh, sorry about that. Have I heard about the Subna Studios and the sprite animation of an Undertale Deltarune version of Sonic Generations? Nope, this is the first time I've actually heard anything about it whatsoever. Huh. I have to check out more of the paint markers. Duck has shown me some crazy things, including a plugin for the Bandai paint markers that attach to, of all things, an insertable spray kit. So you can do airbrushing with the markers. Does it sound finicky as fuck? Yes. But also, you wouldn't need to clean out the internals of an airbrush, so if it works even slightly well, oh dear God, that is the reason I don't even get into airbrushing, because I don't want to have to deal with cleaning it. If it was half decent, I would probably have to do it right away, because cleaning airbrushes happens every round. If you just plug in a marker and you're set, that is the ultimate way to use it, man. Oh dear God, there's I can't tell if that's a Gundam or a Jim, but there's a mech alongside this giant pile of fuck you. If anything, it's so big, I wish it had more detail on it. Cool looking, though. And this MG stance kind of works as a big cannon since they don't have the Striker or the Zaku cannon, Hayashiki one yet. It still works, though. Oh, and here we got the photos of the original kit. Oh, this is the original kit? Oh, no, with the original kit. So here's the variations, and honestly, the new ones definitely show a lot more detail, especially like the one in the middle. This actually isn't bad. Yeah, you can see the age, but it's got a lot of the basic clean lines in there that just make it hold up as a standard kit. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy. I mean, I wouldn't get it now over any of the new kits, but it's not bad. Yeah, it's perfectly serviceable. And Nakama? Yeah, now this is a classic. Zero versus Epion? Hell yeah, man. There's my childhood in a nutshell. Dude, that's so freaking cool. Okay, I've done my geeking, and it looks like we have most of the votes in. Excuse me. And it looks like we'll be doing the 1 Year War first, and then finishing with Gundam X. That works perfectly fine for me, because it's more Gundam. I'm easily biased towards, is it Gundam? I like it. Although, for some reason, I just never got into Age. I never saw it. Just everything I've heard about is like, yeah, I don't like the plot line from what I've heard. No reason. I've heard otherwise, if you get past that, it's fine. It just never struck that urge to see it that some of the other series, including Build, has hit for me. I know that's weird. I just never got into it. And Doc, time to post the Gundam and a few others as well. Ooh, nice. I will probably check them out right after the 1 Year War video. In the meantime, oh, the camera cooled a lot on that one. Nice. Still warm, but not bad. Also, and the Unicorn Divine can go up to 5G in acceleration. No, sorry, 50G in acceleration. Yeah, but it's also a unicorn, so when you're starting by fuck reality, sure, 50 Gs, why not? That sounds perfectly safe. Ugh. The unicorns are utterly busted, man. Okay, camera's back. Oh, it did move a bit. Let's drop into the next one. And next up, we have all the Gundams in the 1 Year War and their pilots by Kakarot197. I guess this would be a follow-up to the Jim video, so now we're doing the Gundams instead. It's going to be really weird if the RX-1 or 2, the standard white Gundam, isn't the first one. I'm not actually sure it is either. I thought it was. because there was like a prototype. Yeah.
During the 1 Year War, there was only one word that would strike fear into the hearts of the Zeon soldiers. Gundam.
Honestly, I thought it would be a Zabi has a plan, and no one's going to find out yet. Maybe that's more in hindsight.
Better known to many of them as the White Devil. The single mobile suit that seemed to be capable of turning the tide of the entire war. The single mobile suit that was the crowning jewel of the Federation's technology. The single mobile suit that Zeon could not defeat no matter how hard they tried. The single... Okay, look, you've seen how long this video is. Despite the Gundam's legendary status as the machine that saved the Federation during the 1 Year War, both in and out of universe.
Yeah, and I see the unicorn in there. 8th MS Squad, I think. There's so many really cool mechs here. And this is, oh god, I'm being tempted to look into more Gunpla options. Oh no, this video is going to hurt my wallet, isn't it?
Over the years, this singular machine has become a lot more than just a singular machine.
Yeah.
And new ones
are
still being added.
Oh yeah, Netflix did a thing. I've heard nothing about this. Good or bad. I just don't think I've seen anything whatsoever about it. Huh. Also, I'm being told by Wen, Zabi has a plan is just as horrifying. Yeah. I stand by that statement.
So today, I'll be listing all of the 1 Year War's Gundams and their most famous pilots.
Wait, what? Okay, yeah. This one, that's a Gundam? A side story. Oh, okay. Looks more like a GM head. Huh.
Starting off with the three originals. The RX-781 prototype Gundam, which was the actual first Gundam, and was piloted by test pilot Farrell.
Maybe it's just me, based on how far his head is versus how far back it goes. It's just the way they drew it at this angle, but that is a very long head. Like, normally, this is where it stops. So either he has a lot of extra hair in a mullet that just happens to go straight back. It's like the reverse mohawk, or it's like if someone had a reverse pompadour. Or this guy has a freakishly large head. It's like it would go all the way to, like, actually, with how it's curving, it looks like it goes all the way back here. That is a really, like, distorted image. Maybe it's just the one they picked, but goddamn.
IHA. Unfortunately, this thing got destroyed after Zeon raided Site 7.
Yeah.
Wait, did I just raid Shadow Legends?
Okay, we walked into that one. Oh, he got a big ad on this one. Damn, make bank. Not gonna say anything bad about that. You do what you do, man.
Hi. Back to our Gundams then, with the RX-782, simply known as the Gundam.
Yeah.
Because it became the most famous mobile suit of the Federation.
I mean, arguably, it might be the most famous mobile suit IRL as well. Like, there's a bunch of cool ones, and this one's probably it. Also, according to Wen, that's a very 80s haircut. Entirely possible, yeah.
Even overshadowing the fame of its pilot, Amuro Ray. And while it is fair to say that it was initially the Gundam carrying Amuro, by the end of the war, it was very much the opposite. With Zeon pushing out units that were on par, or even better than the RX-782. And yet, Amuro was able to overcome them with relative ease. So, unsurprisingly, he became the #2 Federation ace with 142 mobile suit and 9 ship kills.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that part he just said? Because I thought that was...
With 140... He became the #2 Federation ace.
Oh, #2 ace. I thought he said something else.
Ace with
because the #1 ace was just utterly bullshit too.
Suit and 9 ship kills.
Yeah.
The RX-783 then would become known as the G3.
Also, according to Duck, raid ads are 3K per ad. God damn.
And would mainly be used
That's insane.
as a test bed for new technologies. For example, the magnet coating, a treatment for the joints of mobile suits that drastically increase their reaction time. This would later on also be applied to the RX-72.
Huh. Yeah, it just swings open. I don't think I've ever seen that image. That is a vibe, man. Oh god, it literally pops up like a car hood. Huh. The more you know.
And other machines. Depending on the timeline then, we either don't know who the G3 pilot was during the 1-year war, or it was the machine that Amuro used during the second half of the war. And this numbering scheme then would continue with the RX-78-4 and RX-78-5 Gundams.
I would say the 5 is better because it has a bigger gun, and the 4 is better because it has a bigger gun, but I'm also biased because giant fuck-off cannon and giant fuck-off Gatling gun. Yeah. Is it actually better? But it has giant fuck-off weaponry, so I'm happy with this.
Two mostly identical units with mostly identical weapons and equipment. For example, the Hyper Beam Rifle and the Space Use Booster equipment. Where they differed was their signature weapon. The G4 was made to test out the Mega Beam Launcher and therefore got a more powerful reactor with a stronger cooling solution. Whereas the G5 got a giant Gatling gun. And their pilots were Lewis Castle and Fort Romfellow respectively.
Castle and Fort, really? What is with Gundam and the most blatant... These aren't actually words you should ever have as a name. And then suddenly they're names. Whenever you hear someone with a regular name, it feels weird, considering everyone else is some version of, okay, this is insert random non-name location versus... and then some other fancy sounding, what sounds like a European aristocrat second name. This should be like Farmer's Market Excalibur. If this is a real person's name, or Farmer Excalibur or Market Excalibur, it sounds so on the nose and so fake. I'm actually afraid someone's going to chime in on the chat going like, hey, in the side story, you're not going to believe this. Because there's a non-chance I could actually see this one.
A less successful Gundam then was the RX-78-6 Mudrock Gundam. A Gundam designed to fix the Gundam's main flaws. As an agile mid to close range unit,
was the flaw not all of them were piloted by Amuro? Because that would do a thing.
It lacked firepower and armor, so they turned it into a gun cannon instead. And while I do like the gun cannon, there's a reason why the gun cannon didn't become known as the Federation's Red Devil. Its pilot was Agar, who unfortunately didn't do the Mudrock any favors either.
Oh, really? Ah, he's gonna die fast, isn't he? Uses can now, they've been stabilized. How are we supposed to fight him? Have you tried, and hear me out, murder? The Mudrock was aura farming in that pose? Yeah. Kenneth, I'm not going to read up the name because, oh god, that is someone's name. Jamitov. Okay. Yeah, sure. And sorry, it's a writing trick you see for theme names, like Dragon Ball Saiyans or vegetables, Bulma family or underwear, and so on. Yeah. Hell, the most on-the-nose version of that one would be things like Goblin Slayer, where everyone's name is their profession, and that's all it is, and no one brings it up. It's just how it is. Did they just take him down like a bitch? What? Is that that was a trainer, wasn't it? Immediately styling on the Mudrock. Wow.
And the final numbered Gundam was the RX-78-7 Gundam, also known as the 7th Gundam.
People have mentioned the 8th Gundam is kind of terrifying. Here's the thing. I don't know what that is. Not the 7th one, specifically the 8th. So hopefully cover that one. Maybe right after this even.
By not actually being the 7th Gundam.
What?
But anyways.
I'm sorry, was that a ball on the list? Did I miss something? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the ball with a Gundam head. Yeah. And the 8th MS team. The Alex. Forgot which one that was. I don't actually think I know that one with the heart pierced on the shoulder. Okay.
But anyways, and on top of that, you could also debate whether or not this classifies as a one-year Gundam.
Oh?
Because despite its construction beginning during the war, it wouldn't be completed until sometime after the war, when it would be piloted by...
You can tell this is a much newer version because the hair on the character is not 80s aesthetic or 90s aesthetic. Looks more like 2000s.
Sherry Allison. But throughout the war then, various side projects would pop up, resulting in more Gundams being produced. With one of the more famous side projects being the Full Armor Project.
Also being told the heart and shoulder was Pixie. Oh, okay. Yeah.
A project designed to fix the Gundam's main flaws. As an agile mid to close range unit, it lacked firepower and armor, so they decided to...
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Oh yeah, because so many issues with a Gundam is, we went one way and it didn't work up.
Definition of insanity.
Doing the same thing over and over again?
Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again.
Do you know what the really funny part about that is? Sometimes you can do the same thing over and over again, and you do get different results. Because reality is fucking insane. It's absolutely just... Also, according to Sarah, yes, the mistake.
Expecting shit to change. That is crazy.
A pursuit that...
Oh, this is Gundam Build Fighters, isn't it? This looks like the toy variation, considering it's Build Fighters. That might actually be a toy. With coolant pipes that look reminiscent of Xeon builds instead.
Originally led to the PF-781 Perfect Gundam. A completely over-the-top machine that was...
Build Fighters, probably. Unless this wasn't Build Fighters.
Was originally made for a manga about Gunpla.
Oh! I kind of don't hate it. It's not as good as some of the others, but I don't hate it.
But later on, somehow got adopted into the MSV series, making it somewhat official.
Oh.
But even in this official setting, it was never actually made, and...
I mean, they're moving into biological units in the new Gundam. It would be funny if the Mecha Girls actually just became a thing because they're now doing biological Gundams. That would utterly just make me laugh so much. Also, sorry to mention, also as a fun reminder, that was actually trying to semi-protect the main character in Far Cry. Really? See, here's the thing. I've never played Far Cry. The games just never did it for me. Just never really felt like I was that interested. So learning it as a protection is kind of weird. Handmade Gunpla, the perfect Gundam has bulk where it counts. Airier was a mecha girl? Yeah, I really like pies. Yep. But that revelation comes a lot later. And frankly, human might have been a stretch for them at that point because they were literally a ghost in a shell. Ghosts, plural, in a shell. It was all Rays in a tank in a Gundam. Yeah. Transhumanism.
Just served as a concept for the actual Full Armor Gundam, the FA-78-1. It got missile launchers, a twin beam cannon, a rocket cannon, and extra armor, complemented by an array of extra thrusters in the hopes of offsetting all of this added bulk. It didn't. Which is also why two very different stories exist surrounding this machine.
Two?
In one version, The Federation realized the failure of this project, and the machine...
Oh! So there's alternate universe takes on this one. Okay. Also, let's see. And Trap. How can I not play Far Cry? It's peak open world. Mostly because when it came out, I was kind of burned out on open world games. I don't mind them now. It's just for a while. It's just like, I'm good. There's just timing, that's all.
Was never built. Whereas in the other one, it was built and was piloted by Heinz Baer, the Federation's number 7 ace with 37 mobile suit and 2 ship kills. But despite maybe not existing, it did get further developed into 3 different units. One was the B-type after the war, which...
Maybe it's just the appearance of this bottom-up look, but that actually looks really cool. It has all the guns everywhere. I'm biased, man, but that kind of works.
Also,
is it good? I have no idea. It looks cool.
Another one was the Full Armor Gundam ground type, which tried to address some of the Full Armor's flaws by giving it less armor and weapons so that it would be more agile, like the RX-78-2 was. This thing was scrapped while it was still just a simulation. This thing was scrapped while it was still just a simulation. And the third one then did get made.
That is a giant Gatling gun with a rocket launcher above it? Why does it look like this Gundam, if it's on Earth, would just fall over on its side?
The FA-78-2 Heavy Gundam, piloted by Den Berserk. The Federation finally found the sweet spot.
Please tell me this guy's known to be incredibly chill and knows no reason why people think his name is funny. Yeah.
Between weapons, armor, and mobility that they were so desperately looking for. And on top of that, the unit was also outfitted with the brand new and extremely sexy frame launcher.
The launcher. Yes, the launcher. That's what we're going with here. Again, biomechs are now a thing Gundam is doing, and I'm looking forward to the anime because I like it when they try new things. This is now getting closer to becoming an actual TV Gundam show, as opposed to what I'm sure a lot of fans have already made.
After the
on
war,
different
then,
websites.
A second unit would be produced that was outfitted with a very unique shield.
See, here's the thing. I've been geeking out over the shields. I don't like this. I just look at this and all I can think is they made a Gundam that is explicitly just cheap plastic as its actual in-lore counterpart. I don't like this connection mechanism. It's probably fine. I just don't like how it looks.
And it would also be further developed into the Gunner Gundam, but again, this was after the war. An actual true upgrade for the RX-78-2 then would come in the form of the RX-78 NT1 Gundam NT1.
Yeah.
Better known as the Alex. As Amuro was awakening to his new type powers, the RX-78-2 was becoming increasingly incapable of keeping up with his reflexes. And because the Federation simply didn't have the new type know-how that Zeon did, they tried to do the best they could with the technology they had. They created the strongest mobile suit they could with a focus on lightning fast response times, resulting in a mobile suit that was as deadly as it was difficult to pilot. And just to be sure, the machine got a set of Chobham armor because nothing screams mobility like extra bulk.
You'll regret saying that once I catch up to you. Yeah, although as far as toys go, it's really cool. This is something Gundam has done in multiple series, including 00, where it's like, I got the heavy armor mech. And then, oh shit, there's another Gundam inside of it. It's the same aesthetic played straight, man, and I absolutely love the entire design of it. Is it smart? No. But again, for rule of cool, this is very cool. It's the equivalent of DBZ saying, okay, well, I have to get serious. I better take off my weighted armor. And you don't say anything. It looks like it's really like cloth. And oh god, that's a crater where the cloth hit the ground. It's utter aura farming, man. The mech. And it just works. It just works, and I love every second of it. Alden, was that a forward line on the shield? Yeah.
And even a concept for a full armor version was drawn up, but fortunately this never made it past the simulation stages. Unless you followed the Gundam Katana manga.
What?
Unfortunately,
I've never even heard of that one, so no.
The machine wouldn't make it to Amuro, and would instead be used by test pilot Christina McKenzie. And depending on how much further you want to look than the anime, we can also find 1 or 2 prototypes.
Also, I'm being told by Strike Wyvern, the Chublum armor isn't really a toy gimmick, it's more or less IRL reactive armor. Yeah, but also it makes for a really nice toy gimmick. The fact that it's IRL, sure, that's just cool, man.
For the Alex. One is very simple.
Also, according to Real Like Pies, there's a Mecha Musume show about Kotobukiyas? I have no idea what that word is. Frame arms, the line called Frame Arms Girl, so close enough. Huh. Never heard of that one. Granted, it might have just never been dubbed, so I never found out.
Simply called the NT1 Proto, and the only difference with the regular NT1 is its color scheme, which is now based on that of the gyms.
You know what? I like a lot of the basic gym models, even some of the old ones. This one, it doesn't do it for me. In fact, I think it looks worse. Maybe it's the level of detail being compared over here, and this one actually has a significant amount of detail added in. So the simplicity of it with extra detail highlights just how lacking the rest of it is in just detail. On the other hand, there's so many big open flat spaces. I could see this model specifically being loved by anyone who wants to do a more artistic take on the stylization of the color on everything here. So yeah, like if you're good at freehand, this is probably a canvas as far as you're concerned.
This machine would be used for data gathering purposes. And the other one comes from a manga that is still being published.
Oh!
The G4. Not to be confused with the RX-70.
Oh, so it's very new. Wait. This is only a 2-year-old video, so yeah. Oh, they're still doing a lot of things in the 1-year war now for the 0080 War in the Pocket. Oh. Huh. Okay.
84 Gundam Unit 4. This machine would also be tested out by Christina McKenzie.
She survived to do more.
Sensible upgrade for the RX-72 then, which was also rumored to be meant for Amuro, was the Pixie Gundam.
This is a canon one? I don't know why. For some reason, I always thought there was like a side story that was just non-canonized. Okay. Also, it just might be my camera glitching. That's entirely possible.
Playing to the strengths of the RX-78-2, the Pixie was made to be as light as possible for maximum agility. 3 units were made, but unfortunately, just as with the Alex, the unit meant for Amuro never made it to him. Instead, it was piloted by Bork Cry, with other famous Pixie.
I'm sorry. Bork Cry? That, I don't even know if that's supposed to be a... How to put it? A thematically funny name? Or if someone just hit random letters and they win with it. Or they're just borked up here on this one.
Pilots being Fred Raber and Lilith Iden.
I'm being told this is from a game? Yeah, that would do it.
Who used a customized version with more armor and heavier weapons, turning it into a more all-rounder machine. And while 3 units produced might sound like a lot for a single Gundam type, this was still nothing compared to the 20 Gundam ground types that were produced halfway to 1-year war.
Damn.
With Zeon still having the upper hand, and still no dedicated mass production mobile suits of their own, the Federation's ground forces were scrambling to produce anything that could stand up to the Zeon Zaku's. This led to limited production of the gun cannon, but also led to the creation of the Gundam ground type.
Yep.
A ground use only mobile suit that was cobbled together with spare parts from the original RX-78 units, and also new parts to hold everything together.
You can even hear that this is a phrase that he had to cut out instead of cobbled together. It was with duct tape and zip ties. And yeah, that just sounds like a perfectly valid reason. Oh my god.
And for being what they were,
yeah,
their performance was actually on par with that of the originals.
I mean, with all the parts in there, if it all works still. That's why modular things are kind of useful. Because if you have the parts, you have enough. Also, Steven, the female pixie pilot Lilith is from Code Fairy campaign for Battle Operation 2, the same one that gave us the Titania that is your 4th favorite non-Gundam mobile suit. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah.
There was only one problem. And no, this time it wasn't a full armor version. The ground-type Gundams had extremely limited spare parts.
Oh.
Because
they were the spares.
They were the spare parts. And
I mean, usually the entire shtick is, if you have the spare parts, you can always fix a model. On the other hand, if you have the spare parts to build a model or build the mobile suit, I can't say they're taking the wrong approach here. It's like, on the one hand, you break it, you're done. On the other hand, having more things to act immediately is its own type of valid.
On top of that, as the best weapons around at that time, they were rushed to the most heavily contested front lines where they wanted these machines to be active as...
Here's the thing. I have seen all of 8th MS Squad, or yeah, Mobile Company, or whatever it's called, but it's been so many years, I forgot so much of it. And I'm pretty sure I watched all of it when I was legitimately sick. So there's an entire possibility I wasn't conscious for a significant proportion of the OVA's runtime. For example, I'm not sure if it's an OVA or just a short series. Well, I mean, it would be a full series by today's estimates, but short for Gundam at the time. Yeah, I just remember it's like, oh, this is cool and dark. And then I probably did actually pass out from being legitimately sick and bedbound. Yeah, I think it was just like the flu or something I had at that time.
Much as possible. So this situation led to a lot of ground Gundams receiving non-standard field repairs, like the affectionately named Gym Head used by Karen Joshua, or ad hoc upgrades like the Slave Wraith custom used by Travis Kirkland, who later upgraded it to a full armor version, because
if you put more armor on something meant to be fast, everything works. Also, it's the 8th MS team, not company. I don't know why I keep getting the name wrong. And it was an OVA. Oh, okay. It was a short series. How long was it? Like 6 episodes? I don't think it was up to 12, but I don't think it was more than... I know it was more than like 3 or something.
Fuck it, why not? Or the Gundam Re-Rage used by Ralph Zapka of...
I don't know why, but that head just looks weird. It's like they wanted to go football, but then they wanted to have the horns from the usual Gundam, but they decided to put them on the sides as well. Kamen Rider shout out? Maybe not.
The Red Giant 3rd MS team, a team that also used heavily customized ground gyms.
12 episodes.
Or in other...
You remember when 12 episodes used to be an OVA and not a full season? Yeah. Don't you love progress?
In other cases, both would happen at the same time, like with the Easy 8. Shiro Amada's ground type got heavily damaged in the fight against the Apsaris II, so in addition to fixing it up, they also made some choice upgrades to the machine while they were at it. Things like extra armor and better antennas. Or a few units were also used for highly unethical new type experiments.
Only a few. Wow, experiments and new types being horrible and unethical in the Universal Century? My God.
Better known as the Blue Destiny units. In an attempt to get normal humans to perform on the same level as new types, Dr.
This was an in-game system. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought it might be more canon. Also, Also, according to Knight, I think his 12-episode thing is both a budget and quality control, if there is a quality control to speak of. And one of the things you hate most about the UC Gundam, according to Sarah, is giving mobile suits full armor upgrades that don't actually improve the armor, and instead give them a metric ton of guns. That's an armory, not armor. I wonder if that's more just a language barrier thing. Kind of like how the snipers are just given to the people who are competent, not because they're actually sniping. Yeah.
Plus, Moses developed the exam system. And once the Federation got their hands on this system, they first tested it out on a modified gym ground type called the Blue Destiny Unit 0. But it was deemed to be not powerful enough as a base unit for this powerful system, so instead, it was transferred to a customized Gundam ground type. To save time though, the head of the gym, which contained the main components for the exam system, was simply transplanted as is. This unit would become known as Blue Destiny Unit 1.
Yeah. I wonder how unethical it got. I mean, this can't be that bad, right? The /S is so heavily implied, I don't even think I need to say it.
And after a successful
Zero
trial
system at
run,
home?
2 more units would be produced, this time with a Gundam head and some other small changes. These
Is it bad? I kind of really like how this one looks, though.
units were appropriately
It's the all blue color I don't like. Which I really have no right to say, considering this is how I paint shit. Yeah.
named Gundam Blue Destiny Unit 2 and 3, and were identical to each other, except for the color scheme and the settings
The
of the
Tweaker
exam
Gundam.
system.
Oh my god.
Originally, Unit 2 was meant as the combat unit, and Unit 3 was meant as the spare unit. But circumstances would see both mobile suits on opposite sides of the front line. And according to a certain manga, Blue Destiny Unit 1 itself would also be upgraded and turned into different configurations.
Huh.
One was the Blue Destiny Unit 1
Again, there's a long history of giving cloaks to this, and the dick sticks out. I'm not the only one thinking that, right? This is the Streaker Gundam. The joke writes itself.
stealth, which focused on stealth.
Also, according to Duck, it used the soul of a new type and actively hurt the pilot and the new type. Yeah. Yeah, more like if Zero System didn't predict shit, but just put you on drugs. And the exam system is an OS that is powered by the soul of a new type. The Phoenix Gundam before Phoenix Gundam. Or, what do they pronounce? Phoenix Gundam. Just why? Because you're not going to get into the UC if you don't acknowledge horrible shit will happen. And everyone does it. War crimes for everyone. Or crimes against humanity. Take your pick.
By giving the machine new sensors, redesigned chest armor, and a special stealthy coat of paint, all of which was first tested out on the Gym Stealth. And the other one was the blue.
The chest-mounted Gatling cannon seems weird to me. I don't know why. It's just like that design aesthetic choice is never usually there. Usually when they have Gatling cannons, they're just giant fuck-off things around them, or they're tiny little things in the head, which they seem to have. Just having it there alone is weird. That's more of a Battletech style choice than anything else. Again, not saying it's inspired by it, just the design aesthetic doesn't quite match what they usually do.
Destiny Unit 1 full armed. Rather than trying to deck it out in armor, the machine only got a few armor upgrades and would instead mainly receive new weapons, like a trial version of the Gun Cannon 2's beam cannon, the ground-type missile launchers, and 2 sets of the twin beam cannons used by the Gym Dominance.
Oh, and Wave mentioned something that actually makes a lot of sense, that my chat has crashed. Ah, the inspiration concept for the permit level system in G-Witch. Yeah, although binding people to machines is something Gundam has done in a lot of formats. To an extent, you could legitimately say G Gundam did that with the Devil Gundam, although that's not quite the way they went on that one. But there's a lot of things you could definitely say led into that one, and people having souls bound to machines is not indicative of just this system, although I guess this might be... It's entirely possible this might be the first one in universe that did that, at least on the Federation side, unless there's some I'm missing, which is entirely possible.
This equipment would then later on be carried over to the Blue Destiny Unit 3, resulting in the Blue Destiny Unit 3 full armed. Unit 0 was piloted by
Also, Chad was previously talking about how armor and full armory is a different thing. It looks like in this version for the Unit 3, they made the right choice because that's the full armed. And it has all the armed, which is why it's surprisingly a cool looking mech.
Unit 0 was piloted by Claire Kilmer.
Oh, and kind of with
Unit
Phoenixes
1
and the Demon.
3 by Yu Kajima from the Guinea Pig team. And Unit 2 was stolen and subsequently piloted by Nimbus Sturzen. And the most recent addition to the Ground Gundam variants then is the Slife Rail
from a game?
UC Engage. It was heavily modified with covert operations in...
No, yeah, if it's Engage, that's the video game, right? I think that's what it is. Or is Engage the... What's the name of the card game? Is Engage the card game version? I don't play it. I've heard and seen good picture arts of it, but I don't actually know.
The areas in mind, and it also convenient.
Is that a spear with 4 extra prongs on the sides stabbing forward? Okay, sure. Why not? Oh, also I'm being told it's a mobile gacha game. Oh, okay. And it's a video game that spans all of UC. And it's a Trident. Except it has 4 spikes, 3 across, and then 2 on the up and down. I guess 2 on either axis and 1 in the middle. That just seems weird. Actually, it would be a quadrant. Be like a... What would be the 5 equivalent? Quadrant would be 4. Septent?
Changes the Ground Gundam's...
It's a 3D Trident. It's a cube dent because it has a 4, 5, all the axes is quindent. Yeah, that's the one. Quindent. Oh my god.
Original setting from exactly 20 units being produced to over 20 units being
You get
produced.
a Ground Gundam.
And the final true Gundam then is the RX-78 Gundam Real Type. But despite being called real, it only appeared in a computer simulation at the tail end of the One-Year War.
Oh.
Not because this was a failed unit or something, but because that's what it was meant to be. A computer simulation to gather more information on the Gundam and where to go from here. Like, I wonder if this led to the Full Armor project, or if this was a response to the failed Full Armor project. But finally then, for the mainline Universal Century, we also have 2 units that are called...
This is an odd gun style, because I see like this spike leading right out of it. I don't know of any Gundam weapon, at least in UC, that has spikes in the leading front of it, that aren't just beam weaponry, and it's probably a beam weapon now that I said that out loud.
Gundams, which are actually conversions from other machines. A ball pilot by the name of Yumon Samon claims that he modified his ball with the Gundam face.
I see where they got the doctors from Gundam Wing, and it's like, yeah, crazy upgrades. Looks insane. Old guy. We're going to reuse this design somewhere.
And that he actually managed to book great results in it.
Oh my god.
One time, it was also spotted, and Zeon falsely believed that this giant Gundam head was connected to an equally large Gundam body.
And then they actually did that in G-Quoks for a giant white devil. It kind of works. Psychological warfare.
Leading to the development of the equally large perfect Zeong to fight against the supposed giant Gundam. More realistic then was the RAG-71G1 Gundam Marine Type, also known as the Waterproof Gundam or the Gundiver. And as its model number indicates, this was actually a heavily customized and upgraded Aqua Gym, which was then rechristened as a Gundam, also making it the first in-universe example of the question, how much do you have to modify a gym before it becomes a Gundam?
Call me a gym one more time, see what happens. I mean, to be fair, you could call it a lot of things at this point. Like a death to your wallet, but who cares?
Unfortunately, though, despite being a unit for ace pilots, its story is very much the same as the Aqua Gym.
Oh?
With underwater combat being less important, we barely have any combat records of these machines, and the one that we do know of is from UC 0096.
Oh.
Where it did put up a good fight, but it was...
So it's very much outdated by the time of this happening. Got it.
No match for the more advanced Zezulus used by the Sleeves. And talking about the gyms, I did forget a few of them in my all gyms of the 1 Year War video, with the most egregious one
Also, I'm being told that old guy was from Crossbone. Oh.
being the gym Spartan, which is actually one of my more favorite gyms out there.
That's
It
different.
is a development of the gym
Huh. Very thick
and
chest
would serve
armor.
as a prototype for the later Gym Sniper 2. Although, unlike its successor, the Gym Spartan would mostly focus on close-range combat and was deployed mostly in jungle environments, which is also why their standard color is
That makes a lot of sense because it's literally blending in at that point.
moss green. Its most well-known pilot is Captain Gray, and a customized version would be infamously used by Renato Jeremy, the leader of the Black Dog team.
I'm assuming they committed war crimes. I mean, I can assume that about everyone, and more often than not, I'm probably right.
Its head was upgraded with a Gundam-grade antenna and dual sensors,
Yep.
and its mobility was also slightly improved. Going back to the original Gym Spartan then,
This is interesting because, like, the art for this one right here makes it seem like it almost has a tank as the chest, and it's very flat, very wide. But then you get the art over here, and it doesn't look nearly the same case. Maybe it's just the angle it's at, but it's definitely unique, and I kind of like this one more, probably because it reminds me of some Battletech designs that I'm absolutely enthralled by. So the fact that it's a Gundam that has that aspect, it's just like inducing. Yeah, actually, that's probably legitimately the reason why. It's cool.
in its first appearance,
it's a knife on its back.
a unit called the Gym Scout was also mentioned,
Oh?
but until someone pointed it out, I never noticed that it was also present in the picture.
Oh shit, it's right back there. I mean, if you want to see what camouflage looks like, they're not hiding the weapon right out of the handle. I thought it was just weird art. They got me. Because I was thinking like, oh, here's the one right here. Here's the feet up there. Oh, God, there's a third one. It does look more like a Macross head, though.
So, at least for me, its camouflage worked. Unfortunately, that is all the information we have on this thing. It looks like a Gym Command that has been upgraded with a better main camera and got an extra antenna on the back of its head, all presumably to make it a better scouting unit. Something some people then also commented about was the Gym Gatheroad, which is actually just a pre-production version of the gym that was supposed to be identical to the standard gym,
but
despite its different model number. Now, it does get some unique capabilities.
It's dual wielding and styling on everyone with all the aura. Makes sense.
Later on, but as an SD game with parallel worlds, this thing clearly does not belong.
Oh, that's what the SD games look like? Sorry, for some reason I thought they were older at this point and maybe out of production. No, apparently not. That looks really clean.
In the main timeline. And its most famous...
And that was an Iron Blooded Orphan and a GM at the same time on screen. SD Gundam goes all over the place, huh?
This pilot is you, the player. And talking about unofficial machines, there's also the Gym Diver from Kondo Kazuhisa's Vanishing Machine manga. A different take on the Aqua Gym that was developed at around the same time and
Vanishing?
actually reminds me a bit of the Gym Marine type
Oh.
that was used in Gundam Thunderbolt.
Also, I'm being told by Really Like Pies, it's a recent game, and most SD Gundam games are turn-based. Oh, so that was a big change for them. Oh, wow.
And then just as with the gym video, let's quickly talk about the alternate universes for completionist's sake.
Don't get me wrong. I think this design is silly. I like it. I know it's dumb, though. It is very dumb. But I still like it.
In Gundam Thunderbolt, we get a very different and much more successful take on the full armor Gundam. It had an overwhelming amount of weaponry, extra body armor, and 4 shields instead of the normal 1.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
Combined with a powerful
Giant-ass
backpack
backpack.
and extra thrusters.
Anyone who plays AdMech looks at this going, ah, yes, it's all in the pack. Entire shtick in 40K is if you have a specific unit and you need to show that they're related to Mars in any way, shape, or form, give them a backpack with a bunch of tendrily things coming out of it. You see where I'm going with this? Is it a reference? No. I just like that they have the same design aesthetic.
That were able to compensate adequately for the added bulk.
Thunderbolts.
All of this then resulted in an extremely powerful machine that was piloted to great success by E.O. Fleming. The Gundams from the Origin, meanwhile, stuck closer to their mainline counterparts, with a lot.
And Origin was basically what I've been told is the equivalent of Char's headcanon.
A lot of them either being similar or almost completely identical, just in a different style. Units like the Full Armor Gundam,
cool style, though.
Heavy Gundam, Gundam Marine type, and the RX-7802, which could now also equip a back-mounted cannon. Slightly more different then are the RX-7801 prototype Gundam and the RX-7802 Gundam.
Okay. I kind of love this because they actually have these lines on here, which are synonymous with crash test dummies. I think it's mostly meant for camera correction, so you know what something's at, but I'm also not entirely sure of that aspect, if that's the point it played initially in that specific iconography.
Gundam rollout colors. The first one has a visor and armor more similar to the finalized Gundam and is piloted by Lieutenant Words.
Yep.
And the second one takes elements from the rollout versions of both the RX-781 and 2 from the mainline. Completely different then is the Gundam local type line, a predecessor
different.
unit to the Gundam ground type, which according to this official development timeline does exist in the Origin timeline as well. The first unit
It looks like they're wearing a visor. That's what's hitting me about this one.
of this local type then was constructed with spare parts of the RX-7801 and was made for testing the Gundam's performance on Earth. Later on then, this unit would be repainted in blue and white.
You can tell it's a cool Gundam because it has a visor. Only cool guys wear glasses when it's bright out or dark.
And was used for underwater testing.
Oh,
A
I was
second
expecting the
unit
underwater
is
part.
also rumored to have existed, but was never officially acknowledged by the Federation. This unit was painted in much darker colors and was nicknamed the Gundam Local Type North American Type.
Oh?
And while we don't
Was
know
it for war crimes?
who the pilot was, it was said that this unit performed extremely well and was feared by the Zeon troops on the North American front. Feedback of both local types would then be used to develop the Gundam FSD, or the Gundam Full-Scale Development. Essentially a
they deployed together.
mass production version of the Gundam.
Oh.
And in the Origin timeline, it would be this unit that served as the basis for the Full Armored Gundam and Heavy Gundam.
Which they had work out better for them,
And
yeah.
then finally, we have a unit that may or may not be in its own version of the Universal Century.
I have no idea how anything in the Netflix show works. It's come up before in this video specifically, and I got nothing. I don't even think people in chat have talked about it either. Hell, I'm going to pull this up right here and just comment. Scoring Duck, the TFA Thunderbolt is terrifying. Yeah, Gundam T-Bolt. And Real Like Pies, it has an extra shield. Oh, so to protect itself from a debris field from the remains of a colony. That makes sense. Yeah. And The Origins RX-7101 prototype fought inside 7 till one of the Zaku's got hit and its reactor and destroyed the prototype Gundam and everything in the local area. Oh. Yeah, Origins a bit different. Huh.
Gundam from Requiem for Vengeance.
I know nothing about this.
And, well, that is literally everything we know about this thing.
That's it? Like, literally this image is it? Also, according to Wave, yeah, Requiem for Vengeance is weird timeline-wise. Federico mentioned it's kind of bad. And Really Like Pies mentioned, the show I really liked, but at the end of the day, it's just an okay UC side story. And Thunderbolt and Requiem are usually considered UC adjacent. So it's more like using the 1 Year War as a setting, not as an actual piece of the timeline overall. Okay. And Cyber Dragoon, it's another Netflix show. Yeah. Oddly enough, there's been a lot of Netflix shows I've found that are really good. And none of them are the ones that seem to get attention. There's an older one that came out a while ago that was called Romantic Killer. I thought it was a really funny anime. It was nothing crazy, nothing great, but it was like, yeah, this is just a really good show. Never heard a single person mention it ever. Yeah, it's not bad enough they got famous, or it wasn't good enough that it became like, you need to see this. It was just, they did a good job. It was well done. No one talks about it. Ooh. Also, 2 of the SF Debris Star Trek review, 1 of Voyager Year of Hell that I think recommended. See if you on the list. And the second is the Next Generation Chain of Command. The SF Debris Star Trek reviews of Voyager 1 Chain of Command. Yeah, I'll add them to the list. 1 second. Speaking of the list, we have the list. And I'll just make from capitalized so I know what's going on. There we go. They're in the list.
At the moment that I'm making this video. So
is this still going on as a series? It's 2 years ago, so maybe probably finished by now.
That appeared during the 1 Year War. But if you think that I forgot an important one, let me know down below and I will have it listed in the top comment. So don't forget to check out Raid Shadow Legends with the link down below or the QR code on screen. As always, a big
oh man, like this is just cool, man. I love finding out more about Gundam in general, so this is just like, okay, hey, you want Gundam? Here's some more Gundam. Also, Steve, did I see the suggestion of Crazy Yuri series? I might have missed that one, but I'll drop it into the list. All right, it's in. Can't say if I will or will do it or not, but it's in the list. If we ever can't use it, though, then we'll just find out when it comes up. In the meantime, we have one more video we're going to be checking out today. This will be the Gundam X and G Falcon development history. I think I recognize the art style as, if I'm right, this is after war, which would happen after Endless Waltz and Gundam Wing, and I've heard is generally considered an alternate history because, you know, there would still be mobile suits after Wing, or specifically Endless Waltz. And yeah. Before that, though, let's just drop on in and wait, Stephen Cho, it's in the suggestion box. It's for FGO. Oh, I got no idea about it then. Yeah, suggestions usually move so fast on YouTube or in Discord. I miss a lot of them because there's a lot of people who just have cool suggestions. All right. Before we move on, though, I'm going to pull up Discord because some really cool things have been posted, and I definitely want to check them out. All right. Also, Zero mentioned, even Gundam Hathaway is sitting slightly in the UC adjacent category compared to Unicorn, getting fully integrated post-CCA and pre-F91. And then After War is its own timeline, according to Choza, or Steven Choza. Okay. Not sure if it was meant that way, but okay. All right, we got some... Oh, yeah. We got some nice mechs coming in now. We got the Ground Gundam, and honestly, That's a very clean model. Has the backpack holding all the stuff, whatever. A very small hover tank by comparison. The very nice buildings. Honestly, Duck, you have some freaking cool terrain. Legitimately amazing there. I have a 3D printer. I can make that stuff. I just never remember to do it. Yeah. It just kind of holds up really well. And multiple variations. It's just freaking pretty, man. And we got Nakama, the Master Grade and Real Grade versions of Epion, and... Huh. I mean, they're both cool, but... I kind of like the Real Grade more. Don't get me wrong, this is brilliant in all the extra details, but... something about it... I kind of like how it looks here. It might just be the lighting, making it look flatter on the large surfaces. But I think the Real Grade captures it... Sorry, yeah. I think the Real Grade captures it more than the Master Grade does. I'm biased, though, and maybe it's just the lighting. Steven, where do you post Gunpla? Oh, it's in the table... What was it called? Yeah, tabletop and model art section on my Discord. That's just pretty, though. Oh. Yeah, I got the entire look here. And just 0 aura farming over Epion, because it's wing 0. Or like the Endless Waltz variation. Oh, and Rocker, these are your first 2 Gundams. Oh, they have connected bases. That's probably something they sell from the site directly, isn't it? Oh, dude. That's so cool. The diorama possibilities. And here we have the armored, or full armor 7th Gundam. Yeah, honestly, it kind of looks cool. Like, it's not my favorite, but at the same time, it's not a bad mech. Like, I could see myself really enjoying this. Just like the building process for it. And we have the NT1 Alex Gundam from Duck. Standard, straightforward, looks good. Extra guns, always fun. Versus the... Oh, is this the first RX? No, it's probably an updated version of it. Yeah, it's good. It holds up. Oh, we have some of the other options. I think the Alex, out of all of them, it looks really cool. And all the GMs as well. Or the Gyms. Gym Sniper, of course. Yeah, the Alex is just... It's like taking what is cool about it and then... Yeah, and then someone has bigger thruster packs. Oh, yeah, it's G-Witch versus the... Would that be the Penelope? Yeah. Technically not wrong. And the Wraith. Oh, God, the decals. Oh. I mean, if you can get them on, good for you. That terrifies me, Duck. Oh, that's cool posing. And with the tanks down the side, too. Neat. Oh. Having it so that the stand is so far behind it, does that give it a lot more stability? That's cool. And Sarah, point torsos or torsos are peak mech design. Kind of agree with it. Also, Steven Choza, for reference, your Rocker 1600. That's kind of what I figured because you have the same logo, but I wasn't entirely sure, so I didn't mention it. Yeah. And... Oh, okay. That's just gym disrespect right there, Duck. Oh, man. And we have the Blue Destiny Unit 1. I still don't like the color scheme for it, but the mech itself, independent of that, looks really cool. I've never gone out of my way to paint a mobile suit, but I have done mechs before, and I think there's a lot you could do with this one if you don't like the color scheme. There's probably some easy ways to do it. It's the gribbly bits that make everything move, though. If you're fine with it never moving again, maybe the paint wouldn't be that big of a problem. It does look like a good suit, though. It just holds up as just, yeah, this is fine. Not bad. And we have the Spartan, which, yeah, it just looks cool. It's straightforward, has everything you need, the color scheme, everything on it. It's just, okay. Make a gym, make it cooler. And the GM Spartan mentioned finally, the only pictures of a GM Spartan ever are these. Oh my god. It's like all the Armored Core mechs and the Spartan just towering over them. Yeah, the size differentiation. And, okay, real talk, I like pies. That's kind of impressive. You could actually stack them up and they're stable. It says a lot about the mechs really holding up to that one. Goddamn. All you need is a trench coat right now. Also, the third-party version of the GM Spartan. Ooh, with the Gundam head. Damn. Also, really good job on the painting here. It holds up. Just a solid mech. And here's the full armored Thunderbolt version. Yeah. Again, it looks cool. And I guess for the stated purpose of there's a lot of debris here, that makes sense. On the other hand, you don't want to get into the orbital mechanics because these things would not actually matter. Because when you're traveling at that velocity, you're fucked. Oh, that is so cool. And here's the Gundam EX. It must be painted purple! Or it's coming around the building. Oh. Oh, that is definitely an art style. It's very cut down, but I wonder if it's supposed to look that skeletal. Because, like, the way it's highlighted. Was that a custom paint job? Oh, damn. Kind of intense. Ooh, and the Jason Voorhees Gundam version. Yeah, probably intentional. It does hold up as being really cool looking. And the... No bull riding. Yeah, because this was a canon Gundam in G Gundam. Yep. Heavy Arms and Sandrock Custom. Along with Wing and Epion. Ooh. TV show variant, so prior to Endless Waltz. Death Scythe, nice. And Shenlong Gundam. Honestly, it's not a bad Gundam, but it's so finicky with the armament. That is pretty. The chipping work is a bitch to do, but they made it look perfect. Like, damn. Yeah, Nakama, that's absurd. I love it, but that's absurd. Like, I'd be so afraid to move it in case it's positioned in just the right way. Oh, seriously, when you go all out on the paint job, man, you could do some crazy things with Gundam as a positioning platform because it holds the details so well on all the edges and angles. And that's before you get into the crazy stuff like in some of the videos we saw where people were just showing it came from competitions. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break because apparently multiple cups of coffee go right through you. And then we'll be back and we'll drop into the last video today, the Gundam X and G Falcon Gundam development history. So be right back, guys. All right, we're back. And yeah, I asked a question as soon as I went off what the best Gundam was for getting a Gunpla kit. And you know what? In hindsight, considering chat I'm seeing right now, bringing up the Amsterdam Gundam, that's on me. I asked a simple question. I got the simple and correct answer. It makes perfect sense. And I was wrong to ever doubt that the Amsterdam Gundam was not the best choice. And anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. It is ultimately the most fearsome Gundam. He has the power of windmill. You can't beat that. Devil Gundam? What that? Nope. Never heard of it. But joking aside, like there's a bunch of people talking about it right now because I brought it up, and there's some really crazy kid ideas, and I'm not saying that immediately after this video ends, I'm going to be bugging my wife to see if maybe we can stop by a store that I know has Gundam on hand. But she heard me say that and is in the other room, and she immediately said, okay, so I'm explicitly saying that. Yes. Yeah. Also, Steven shows that you mentioned the HG Barbatos is rather good, popular design. Ooh. And then there's the unicorn kits, which they actually had the unicorn kits the last time I looked around, but all the glowing bits were stickers only. And that meant every single bit of the unicorn that glowed, all of the parts that make it look cool were stickers. No. Fuck that. That is a giant pile of I would literally never want to do that. Yeah, this is the problem with this Gundam development history series I've been doing. It is literally just a giant pile of, hey, you like giant mechs? You want to get some? First one ain't free either, and you're still gonna do it. Yeah. And Siren, you get to go there if you give her a cheese budget. See, here's the thing. You're joking. But she heard me say that in the other room and started going, Also, I was told to also get the bitch cheese and tea. And I'm directly quoting my wife saying this. Unfortunately, we don't have an aviary, which was her third demand. I think I'm being given a lot of direct hints right now. She wants tea, cheese, and in the aviary. 2 of which I can do. Got it. And yeah, Shadow, chicks do dig giant robots. I'm okay with this. Also, cheese. You can fascinate a woman with cheese. My life is literally an example of this not being a joke. But joking aside, yeah, we're going to check this out. Also, Wave. Yeah, the RG unicorns are clear parts under opaque parts. See that? That sounds cool. I would gladly do that. If it's a sticker, no. God, no. And Wave, bird law? Oh, of course. It's the most important kind. It comes up frequently. You don't fuck with the bird law. The destroy modes aren't stickers, but way too much color correction on unicorn era kits. Oh, really? Also, I really like Pies. Which unicorn kit you were looking at? I think it was the one that was in Barnes & Noble maybe last year. But I just remember that it actually showed that they were stickers for it as well. It might have been a very specific one. Also, Siren, for every $50 you spend, it's 1 wheel of cheese. No, dude. Have you seen the prices of wheels of cheese? Here, I'm just going to pull this aside while I'm just letting the camera cool down a tiny bit more. My wife is chiming in from the other room saying, we saw in the Pittsburgh strip a full wheel of cheese in a custom shop. And, here, I'm going to pull up the average price of a wheel of cheese. This is a small wheel of cheese at $80. Here is a 20-pound wheel of cheese at basically $400. Here's Parmesan on Amazon for $1,600, closer to $1,700. Wheels of cheese are so damn expensive. I mean, admittedly, yeah, I would enjoy that. But, yeah. Kakarot cheese, whole wheel, 8 pounds, $129. Tete Des Moines cheese, whole wheel, 2 pounds, $86. Quarter to a whole wheel, $395. This one's $17. That's not bad. That's $200. Also, I should not have pulled this up because I love all of these and ooh, a wheel of blue cheese, pepperoncino Toscano. Mac and cheese, no. Ooh, smoked Gouda, $40. I should really not look at food right now. But yeah, cheese pricing is absurd, man, when you really get into it. Yeah, it makes the Gundam options look like the better financial investment. I mean, is it? No. But I will tell myself that gladly. Yeah. Oh, and golden, a wheel of Parmesan. Parmigiano oregano specifically. Ooh. Also, we have summoned my wife. She is currently in the chat talking about how Amazon sells cheese. I mean, it is packaged for a long time, so, yep. Also, Duck, if I wanted to look at the kit before buying, Bandai has a site dedicated to instruction manuals. Oh. That I really wish I had known, because the ones they had in the box are kinda... inducing. Not as bad as some of the GW ones, but also sometimes not better. The models fit together perfectly, but I swear sometimes the actual instructions are for the wrong set. Maybe that's just me, though. Yeah. Ooh, and Brother Sergeant, you posted your collection of Lego D&D minifigs in the original fan art on Discord? Ooh, neat. That sounds awesome. And Siren, I always forget how expensive food is in America. In Australia, because we are a massive beef exporter, so cheese, beef, and honey are all super cheap. Here's the thing. My wife always wanted to go to Australia. I'm not joking about that. I don't know why, but something about how, ooh, the emos, the spiders, and the snakes will kill you. Let's go to Australia. I'm not reading into this. All right, so let's drop into the next part. All right, I'm going to turn the camera back on, and we'll drop into the last video for the day, Gundam X and G Falcon. All right. Camera is in the right position. Sounds good. Let's drop into this. And last up, we have the Gundam X and Gundam, or I'm assuming G Falcon, probably stands for Gundam Falcon, development history. This is After War, which is an alternate timeline set after Endless Waltz in the Gundam Wing universe. And if it's not an alternate timeline, yes, it is. Fuck anything else. Let's see where this goes. Just want to leave a like in advance.
Once upon a time, there was a war. It all began as a single spark caused by the call for independence of one colony. And because of this one spark, all of Earth and her colonies would be set ablaze in a conflict known as the Seventh Space War. After 8 months of deadly stalemate, both the Space Revolutionary Army and United Nations Earth would unveil their respective aces.
Huh, wait, is this not based on the Wing timeline? Oh, okay, so it's an alternate version of UC. Oh, okay, that actually works better, because I looked at the art and I was like, yeah, this feels like it's a variation of Wing more than anything else. Apparently not. Also, I don't recognize anything about the Cyclops or Triclops helms.
Determined to break the deadlock. The
It's a
Space
standalone.
Revolutionary Army threatened to drop an innumerable amount of colonies onto the Earth
Damn.
in an attempt to get the United Nations Earth to accept their demands and surrender. The UNE, on the other hand, was determined to keep fighting until the bitter end, and would bet everything they had on their brand new
You see where I'm thinking this looks like Gundam from Wing. It's just, there's so much here that looks like it's based on that. Maybe that's just me, though. Oh, and according to Zero, it was produced after Wing, but it was inspired by UC the same way Seed is, but better. Oh. Yeah, I just saw these designs and immediately thought this had to be based on Wing. I'm not the only one saying that, right?
mobile suits called
Probably had the same designers from Wing working on this. Okay.
Gundams. There was the Heavy Assault GT9600 Leopard Gundam, the high-speed transformable GW9800 Gundam Airmaster, and the most deadly of the three, the GX9900 Gundam X, the subject of this video.
Why are there so many? probably what we're about to find out. Huh.
Sometimes also referred to as just the GX. And what made this GX so deadly was the combination of two distinct features.
Oh?
The first one being its main weapon, the satellite cannon. Although
The gun is a satellite, or is it probably has to do with these foils in the background? Huh.
it might be more accurate to say that the Gundam X was the mobile suit that was mounted to the weapon, rather.
What? Oh. I mean, we've seen that happen a few times where the Gundam is just the transport for it, but what do they mean a satellite weapon?
Because a lot of the Gundam X's features were made to support it, and its overwhelming power.
Oh?
This beam cannon had enough output to destroy a space colony in a single shot.
First time? I mean, this came right after Wing, or sometime after Wing, so I guess that is something they've done before.
And when fully charged, it could fire 2 to 3 of these shots. But for fighting against mobile suits, it could also fire less powerful beams. What made it even deadlier then is that a system was developed to instantly resupply the GX called the Super Microwave.
I'm going to be honest on this one. Maybe it sounds better in Japanese, but Super Microwave System, that doesn't sound impressive. That sounds like someone was just taking a day off in the naming department. I get where they're going because it's probably charging it by microwave directional energy transfer, which, and this is going to sound crazy, if that's where this is actually going, that is a real technology that does exist and you can actually find out is a legitimate thing. And you probably shouldn't get in the way of the beam over a long period of time, but like just walking through is probably not going to do anything in IRL terms. But this is a thing that does exist where you have directed energy transfers of power, so you never have to plug something in. And one of the places I've seen this used in home technology is, I think it's security cameras that you charge with a beam, or is it like specialty lock devices? I've recently seen some new tech with it, and it's like not high-end stuff, but it's not cheap either. But this is a real thing that exists.
The facility for this was housed on the moon, and thanks to a series of relay satellites, the GX could be resupplied no matter where it was.
So it has 3 shots of any amount of shots it wants. Damn.
This microwave would then be caught by the green section on its chest, and the energy would be stored in...
Wait, on its chest? Honestly, I was expecting to hear it came onto the wings in the background because it would be firing from the front, so it would have just... Okay, sure, why not?
Various conductors all over its body.
Huh.
Then, when the cannon was preparing to fire, the reflector blades on its back were deployed to concentrate this energy and turn it into pure destructive power.
And there goes the gun, there goes the city. And a big hole in a mountain, it looks like.
But
Damn.
This wasn't the only use for that energy. The reflector blades could also emit that energy.
Also, I have no idea about the series this is from. I'm assuming it's Gundam X because I think I've heard that before. But I have no idea. Also, according to Zip, a singular shot made a mountain go missing. Damn. Ooh, or I'll pull up your comment. And it crashed. Half-Life 2, Terminal 7, when Joe gains meaning by Tendrit. Oh, it's a mod based on Vine Sauce joke. I have no idea what the context is because I don't actually know what Vine Sauce is, but it sounds incredibly familiar for some reason. It's in the list. Okay. And yeah, it's a scary damn weapon. Yeah. Also, it's a very simplistic Gundam design, but I don't mind it, actually. It looks very nice.
By themselves, turning it into an alternate form of thrust. And then by changing the angle of these blades...
Oh, and that's probably why it charges from the front, even though... Honestly, the head would probably make a better choice. Assuming it's firing from a ground-based position makes sense then. Otherwise, it might not.
This thrust could be controlled just like a conventional thruster. and when used like this, it was called the hovering mode. The other use of this energy then was of course powering the other weapons that the GX had access to.
What the hell would a giant fuck-off saber look like if you're taking the power of a, I don't want to see that mountain anymore, and put it into a beam laser weapon? Oh, I'm assuming if you got a model of this, it would be all saber and then a little Gundam holding it. Oh, that would be so stupid. I'd love it.
Which we'll cover in a second. But it was said that when fully charged, the mobile suit could fight on for a week, and the satellite cannon used all of this energy up in mere seconds.
Damn.
That really says something about its awesome power.
Yeah.
But do you know what's better than one super-powered beam cannon?
I'm assuming the sponsor of this video, who we're going to skip.
Multiple.
What? Oh, shit, that wasn't an ad read tie-in. There's more than one. What?
Super-powered beam cannons.
Okay, I saw the image of all of them together. I figured it was something along the lines of, oh, there's probably like a mirror system to confuse the enemy. No, it's actually multiple.
And that is where the GX's second main feature came into play.
What?
The Flash system. A special combat system for new type pilots that was used.
Oh, it is explicitly new types. Okay, so it's not just UC pulling ideas from, it's actually UC. Or is this one of the universes where they just borrowed new types whole on instead of renaming it?
Used in two ways on the GX. First, a new type pilot needed to use that Flash system to register their unit's satellite system with that aforementioned lunar base and its super microwave system. However, once it was registered, any other regular pilot could also use it. And secondly, it was used to control the GX bits. Simply put, these were remote controlled and simplified versions of the GX, but their weapons remained largely the same.
And that's why they're bits. They're literally just the, hey, what'd be funny here? If the Gundam that's just hosting the fuck-off weaponry had some cheaper Gundam hosting the same fuck-off weaponry. Oh, okay. Also, Steven Chosen mentioned, it's not UC. They just took new types from UC directly. Huh. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought new types were singular to the UC alone. Apparently not.
A large beam sword, a shield buster rifle, and of course, the satellite cannon. And to really make this system a blast, one GX...
Really? Really? You're just going... I was drinking. I nearly spit up when he got to that pun.
Could control up to 12 GX bits, exponentially increasing the destruction that a single new type pilot was capable of. However, even without its satellite cannon and GX bits, the GX was no pushover. Its standard weapons consisted of 4 chest-mounted breast Vulcans, a high-output large beam sword, which had a wide blade that could easily cut an enemy mobile suit in half, and the very unique-looking shield buster rifle.
Again, you've heard me talk about how I love shield integration, and this one solves the issue I had before, where the gun looks like it's perfectly hidden by the shield until it's deployed above it. So when you're using it, you're using it. Granted, having to reveal, it's probably just rule of cool more than anything else, but yeah, it mostly covers the gun to protect it. That's just neat. Also, according to Zero, he mentioned, it's almost as if Gundam predicted the future of drone support formation warfare. Yeah, one central controller and everyone else saying, fuck you, around it. And considering the time periods where drones started to become more popular, I don't think this would have been there, but it's close enough where, who knows, maybe someone got into it and like, that's not a bad idea.
Its output
I have no idea if that's true or not,
3 times higher than that of a regular beam rifle.
I would be very surprised.
And as its name indicates, the armored flaps on its sides can fold up to turn it into a small shield. And additionally, it could also be outfitted with a shoulder-mounted 4-barreled Vulcan gun.
For extra war crime.
Originally, it was believed that 3 units were made. Unit 1 was used by Jamil Neat in the final battle of the 7th Space War and got badly damaged. Unit 2 was kept in storage on Earth and was never...
What I'm basically hearing is I should probably check out Gundam X. I have no idea if it's even in English, and I'm assuming it's not for some reason.
...used during the 7th Space War.
Also, Kaiman mentioned US has done drones since 1920s. Probably not the same type of drones is what I'm thinking, though.
And all we know about Unit 3 is that it got destroyed.
How?
Unfortunately, though, neither the GX nor its sister units were able to stop the Space Revolutionary Army and their colony drop. For every colony they managed to take out, another one made it past them and was dropped onto Earth.
Damn. I mean, just throwing in the realism, though. Colonies are kind of a stupid thing to drop IRL because they would have to be, in real life terms, so utterly fragile that moving them would be nearly impossible. Or more, the amount of mass we're seeing right here is more than you can probably produce metal in the entire world right now. Yeah, but again, also, if they were entering, they're going way too slow and they're not burning up. So this would be an impact that would probably just devastate the entire ecosystem if they're durable enough not to break up an atmosphere. The physics of it, when you get into it, are stupid, but the idea is fun. So I'm going to say just fuck whatever I said. Rule of cool wins on this one.
Completely devastating it. There would be no Merry Xmas that year. But maybe you...
I mean, considering it IRL terms conduct itself with and hear me out, a giant nuclear winter, it'd be Merry Christmas every year, and summer, and spring, and fall. It's just Christmas forever. You get the present of death all the time. Nuclear winter for everyone. Technically not a nuclear winter, but you know what I mean.
You can have one by gifting yourself or a friend something from Evx Creations' official Gundam Seed collaboration.
Oh, one? That's actually really cool. I'm not going to do this because this is actually tempting right now. I'm already way too tempted. I need to stop being tempted. Why am I so damn tempted? Oh, damn you, Kakarot. You found the perfect bit to get me in. Damn you.
You get. Meanwhile, in Gundam Eggs, then, this...
Yeah, to give you an idea, any impact crater this big, any one of them, would destroy the planet. Like, I think it's the Texlopodal. The one that was supposedly killed the dinosaurs. I think it's the one that would have hit roughly around here. It's roughly that big of a, maybe that big of a crater. This many, this fast. This is, okay, we don't have land mass anymore after that.
Despite the Earth being complete...
But also, you don't want to think about that too much. It's really depressing and very, very terrifying when you realize we've missed asteroids coming in recently.
Completely devastated, humanity did find a way to survive, just like the remaining GXs did. The first one that would be uncovered was Unit 2, by Garrett or Kakarot1, a young scavenger/mercenary who mostly made a living capturing and selling mobile suits. And one day, he was hired to save a new type girl called Tifa from a bunch...
Tifa. Is that a much more common name than I was thinking, or is someone very much waving their flag on this? Nah, that's completely in no way, shape, or form the case.
Of evil vultures, which was the catch-all term in Gundam X for people who go around scavenging mobile suits, ships, bases, and whatever else was left over from the war in order to make a living.
Isn't that literally what the main character already was said to do? Okay.
But this mission would turn out completely different than planned, because it turned out that the vultures were the good guys and his contractor was the evil one. And in the ensuing battle, He found Unit 2 and ended up inside of it along with Tifa.
So there's a new type.
Now, because Unit 2 was the unused GX that was stuck in storage, it wasn't registered with the lunar base and therefore couldn't use its main weapon.
Which is why you can probably start the show here, because it doesn't have the oh god fuck off power that the later ones would already have. So it's not broken in terms of power scaling right off the bat. Pretty cool start to it.
The satellite system.
Also, according to Blaze Emerald, Final Fantasy VII was a year after this. Damn, so it's just really odd coincidence then. Or someone at Bandai knew a guy at Square. Actually, it probably would have just been Square at this point, wouldn't it? Huh. When did it become Square Enix?
Therefore, putting it at a disadvantage in combat. However, since Tifa was a new type, she could register the GX for him, allowing Garrett to finish the fight in a second. After this, then...
Never mind. Apparently they did decide to break power scaling immediately. Okay.
And to make a very long story very short, Garrett and Tifa, along with Unit 2, joined the Vultures.
Also, I'm sorry, I just keep hearing Barrett. I know his name's Garrett with a G, but I'm not hearing that. I just hear Barrett and Tifa's Wild Adventure. If someone else is named Aerith, I'm just going to...
And it was here that we would get our first GX variant, the Gundam X Divider.
Ooh.
Now, because of the nature of their job, Vultures found a lot of really interesting things.
Oh, so there's probably a lot of MSVs for this thing, or just other things around it.
Including some very interesting weapons. Garrett initially wasn't too keen on having his GX overhauled, but after it got trashed in combat...
Yeah, also, the guy sells scrap as a merchant, doesn't want to upgrade things. Or just, like, fuck around with machinery. That just sounds weird.
He relented because he kinda had to, and allowed the genius mechanic, Kits.
We can rebuild him! We have the technology! There is so much of so many different variations of the Gundam series right now that I'm seeing just based on this right now. Giant fuck-off laser weapons. I mean, that's every Gundam almost constantly. The stylization of them is heavily inspired by Wing, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of the people who did one who worked on the other. The genius mechanic. Is their name Sid? I know it's not intentionally right now because Sid's been in every Final Fantasy game, so it's probably not relevant. But dear God, man.
Salsamil to work his magic.
Yeah, it's not Sid.
Many parts on the GX were damaged, and especially the satellite system was completely foobar. But this was no problem for Kid.
They couldn't rebuild it. Okay.
In fact, he was excited that he finally got to put his collection of various parts to use. And use them, he did.
Oh, so it started with breaking... You got to see the satellite system to know how powerful it is, and then you break it to show that you can still do things with the Gundam itself.
While he couldn't fix the devastating satellite cannon, he could increase the performance of the machine in just about every other area.
Oh.
The new backpack held 2 beam sabers instead of 1, as well as powerful thrusters and 2 energy tanks, each of which could power the Gundam for up to 12 hours. And also, by reusing the capacitors and...
I don't know why, but I'm looking at this and all I can think is this is probably what inspired the strike later on. Specifically from Seed, because this entire design feels like something from there. And I don't know why. Because I don't see any of the other DNA from this to there. But maybe we'll figure it out as we go further into the show itself.
Amplifiers of the satellite cannon,
it's just the image, maybe it's the posing.
Both
it's probably the posing.
To have a very high output. And for its main handheld equipment, it got the twin beam machine gun, a beam rifle that was made out of mega particle cannons that were used by...
Remember how I mentioned it had a lot of DNA from Wing? This is what I mean. It's like you could definitely tell where the ideas are inspired by.
The battleships of the former UNE. Thanks to its double sensor, it had excellent accuracy, and it had 2 firing modes. Maximum output, where both barrels would fire simultaneously, or continuous firing mode, where the barrels would alternate their firing.
Oh, shit.
And this alternating could be done so quickly that it was likened to a beam machine.
Oh, and Zero, you mentioned the High Nu was a bigger inspiration for the Freedom. Oh, I don't mean the Freedom. I meant the Strike. But I guess, yeah, High Nu is definitely more for the Freedom because maybe they just wanted to do a better job of having it look fast or fancy. Yeah, probably fancy.
Machine gun. Kit's crowning achievement for the upgraded Gundam X, though, was the Divider, a giant multifunctional shield. When handheld, it could either serve as a regular shield,
why would it not be handheld?
Or it could open up to reveal its arsenal of 19 beam cannons. There was one main cannon.
Oh, so it's like the idea of the Crossbone Gundam where you have the laser, I guess. I'm not even sure what you would call it because I don't know anything about Crossbone other than the image we saw earlier that was just that with what looked like a crossbow, but every bolt was a laser cannon.
And 6 triple-barreled harmonicas, which were the Space Revolutionary Army's anti-mobile suit weapons, which in turn became the namesake for this new cannon.
Oh.
The harmonica cannon. And when not in use, it could be stored on the backpack, where the mobile armor-grade thrusters would increase its already fantastic speed and mobility to even greater heights. And these thrusters could also be used when the shield was being handheld if the situation required it.
The shield is also thrusters. That's kind of surprised if they ever just let it go and rammed someone with it. Seems like it'd be a fun way to do an attack.
So, sufficient to say, this was an extremely versatile shield, and it became the defining feature of the overhauled Gundam X, which therefore became known as the Gundam X Divider. But it still had a few more tricks up its sleeve.
Oh?
It also got the Hyper Bazooka, which was a modified cannon from the daughter's weapon, which could also fire torpedoes for underwater combat, and the X-Grenadier.
It's a grenade. A grenade. Just a grenade.
Mobile suit-sized grenades that were made from missile warheads. 2 of these could be stored on a rack on the Divider's left side skirt.
I keep thinking they're maracas. Maybe that's just me. I look at them like, cha-cha! That's where my mind goes on this one.
And if that still wasn't enough, the flash system did remain intact.
Oh.
So when piloted by a new type, the G-bits could still be used. And throughout its service life then, the Divider would be overhauled.
So they had to put teeth in the pilot seat?
The first time was when the Divider switched pilots. At first, it was still piloted by Garrett, but when he switched over to the Double X, which was another development of the Gundam X that we'll tackle in a second, Jamil Need took over the controls of the Divider.
Oh. Okay. There's a lot of things going on here. So one got the other and the... Oh. Sure.
But there was just one problem here. The Gundam X had a kind of safety system where instead of a key, a special joystick known as the G-Con or G-Controller.
I'm sorry, what? They literally put in a joystick that you have to plug in. Why does this feel like someone wanted to make a toy tie-in and they just made it fit in there? It's like, you can get one yourself. It's a G-Con because it does things. Actually, it wouldn't be a finger gun. It'd be more like a finger... How do you make a controller motion? Whatever. It feels like someone's like, hey, you know what sells really well? The Kamen Rider belts. What if we did that for Gundam? All coming together. But I don't think this would ever work out, man.
Controller
it's Fallout, man.
Needed to be inserted for the mobile suit to be operated. And both the Divider and the Double X needed this joystick.
They only have the one?
But there was only one controller for both mobile suits.
and the genius mechanic who's like, well, we're good. Didn't figure that out.
So the divider had to get its cockpit overhauled in order to function without the G controller.
Huh.
The second time then was
Okay, apparently the guy just figured it out. That works.
after the events of the 8th Space War. The crew was able to locate enough spare parts to once again equip the GX with a satellite cannon, and was now rechristened as Unit 3 for some reason. Because if you remember correctly, the divider was modified from Unit 2, whereas the original Unit 3 was destroyed.
So they're just doing this so they could sell a new version and say it's a completely different Gundam rather than an upgrade, which maybe they thought would sell better.
But regardless, this new Unit 3 had a performance that was roughly...
Okay, maybe it's just me, but I don't like pastel colors. Yeah, it's a personal thing. No reason. They're not bad. I just don't like them. I don't like pastels. If it was a little darker, or if it was a little brighter to the point of being closer to whites and grays, I'd be cool with that one. I just don't like pastel.
30% higher of the original GX, and also kept some of the equipment from the divider, like the twin beam machine gun and the hyper bazooka.
Because if it doesn't rely on the power system, it's still good even without it. Sure, okay, that makes sense. And marketable.
And the final difference then was the color. For our next variant then, we go back to the damaged Unit 1. The unit that was originally piloted by Jamil during the 7th Space War in service of the United Nations Earth. At some point after this calamity,
this will have to do. Oh, so he was the initial pilot, yeah.
The new United Nations Earth found the wreckage and began developing a successor unit.
They survived literally what would be an extinction level event? Yeah, sure, people did. I was under the impression that this is something of a post-apocalyptic world. Apparently not.
The Double X, sometimes also referred to as the DX. Now, this unit was meant to signify the resurgence
Ah, got it. It's the Dix unit, the DX.
of the United Nations Earth, the power,
But
and was therefore designed as the most powerful unit that they could with the resources they had.
that last
which
part.
is also the reason why they used Unit 1 as a base unit. They simply did not have the means to build a completely new state-of-the-art mobile suit.
Considering all the times we've heard about the absurd, utterly insane production capacity from the Universal Century, it's really odd then going into another setting where it's like, okay, so we're fucked. We can't actually build another. We just need to overhaul what we have. Hope it works. It's so weird. It was like in Universal Century, like, okay, Australia's gone. The kangaroo survived. But yeah, we can only produce let's see, what was that? All the mobile suits still? Neat. And now it's like, fuck. We could refit one and say it's something new. It's such a different aesthetic of how they're thinking about production supplies that I kind of love the attack on it.
But despite its base
I do mean
being
attack.
a then 15-year-old mobile suit, the DX would become the strongest machine around at the time of its rollout, with its main feature, of course, being a
Oh, shit, yeah. This was an inspiration for freedom. Like people mentioned earlier, and yeah, I see it. I still think the High Nu might have been a bigger one, but on a lot of the aesthetics, I think this is a heavy tie-in. The over-the-shoulder giant cannons. Hell, even the style of them looks the same. The shield, the glowing panels behind it. Like, there's a lot of the DNA that made it into Seed.
development of the satellite system. The Satellite System Mark II. And true to its name,
I'll be honest. If I saw this right here, I would think this is a variation of the Freedom before I realized it was from Gundam X. Yeah. It looks cool, but I would definitely think it's the Freedom before anything else. Double the cannon, double the fun. Yeah, it looks good.
it was quite literally double that of the one used by the original GX.
The problem being, it just doesn't have enough guns yet. It's It's like, yeah, you can erase a mountain with it. On the other hand, a mountain, and they needed a lot more mountains. And Zen Zip, remember, it still can control the bits, which means a lot of the double power is like, okay, yeah, but the previous however many it could connect to were still the real power of it. Yeah.
It had 2 cannons and 6 large reflectors to fuel them.
This is weird, though. I mean, it probably looks really cool in the anime, but for anything IRL, if you got a model of it, this would probably bug me because I just look at this and go, I'm gonna break that. Yeah. It's probably meant for cooling vents, but I would just break it.
Something that gave the DX unprecedented firepower, which then in turn also required much stronger cooling systems. So to take care of this,
it does look cool.
The DX was outfitted with extra cooling plates on the arms and legs, and its head...
And it has a radiator-style cooling, which is what would be more effective in space, and that's not bad. Although it would be way more effective on Earth. Well, I guess maybe space, because it doesn't rely on airflow.
Was also redesigned to maximize cooling.
Also, I'm being told they're retractable on the model, which is good, because on the one hand, I would love if they would just be out, but if they're out, I will break them, because... Yeah, I think the term is not coordinated. That's a nice, completely underselling way to put it. And Duck, again, stop gorilla gripping your kits. It's not the gorilla grip, it's more the accidentally turn around and knock it into a wall. I have unironically twice accidentally kicked my phone into metal dividers. The first time was embarrassing because I thought I was going to catch it with my foot when I dropped and I was going to hit the concrete. And then I accidentally mistimed it and kicked it into the metal instead of catching it on my foot. The second time I was just turning around really fast and butter fingered it and it hit the wall. Yeah, that time it wasn't metal. Actually, it was just a concrete wall. Yeah.
And another benefit of the Satellite System Mark II was that both cannons were locked in place by a special brace instead of requiring the DX to hold on to them with its hands, meaning that they were free to...
Also, I'm being told that the Freedom is an inferior DX. Yeah, but on the other hand, it fires a lot more lasers from everywhere when it has the Meteor stuff, which is really the best version of any Gundam. When the Gundam is not actually a Gundam, it's a giant... I have all the DACA, and that's really all I care about.
Hold and use other weapons while the cannons were charging and firing.
Huh.
And boy, did the DX have a lot of handheld options. Its standard equipment consisted of a very simple Lunatite...
I just realized what it looks like. It's not the whiskers. It looks like it has a mustache. That's what they're probably going with here. A battle mustache.
Shield called the Defense Plate, 2 Hyper Beam swords that had an output even higher than those of the GX, and a new Buster rifle. Like the original, it is leagues ahead of standard issue beam rifles, but also very easy to maintain thanks to its simplified structure. But it also had access to things like a twin beam sword, which had beams on both sides of the handle, a beam javelin, a rocket launcher gun that was extremely...
You can collect all the variations here. Now just a little more expensive because we added all this extra optional material that you definitely want. Sorry, as soon as I see the flail, I'm like, oh, God, we're doing that.
Extremely powerful and could carry 2 extra warheads on its backskirt armor.
Cool that they have it, though.
But then the most devastating weapon of all was the G-Hammer, a modern take on an old-time favorite. The spiky ball was connected to a handle with a strong wire, and thanks to its thrusters, it could be fired at high velocity for maximum bonking power. But because of...
When bonk is not enough, you need super bonk, and it's in the anime.
Reasons, like the pilot being smart, this weapon was passed up in favor of the others. And to round up its incredible arsenal then, built into the mobile suit were 2 head-mounted Vulcan guns, 2 shoulder-mounted Gatling guns, 2 breast launchers that could be loaded with a...
They're actually called that? Okay, sure. Alrighty then. Ooh, also, Mona, thank you for being a member at the Clean Shaven level. Thanks.
Variety of ammunition, and because it reused many parts of the original GX, it also had the flash system. So under no circumstances would you want a devastating machine like this to be stolen. And to make sure that this wouldn't happen, they again took inspiration from the original GX. They copied the system where you needed a special controller to...
But wouldn't that just mean if you steal the controller, the super weapon is now useless? Also, Steven, Barbatos is the best Gundam, so you're wrong. I mean, admittedly, it's a really cool Gundam, but I'm also still biased towards Heavy Arms and Wing because, again, my personal bias. Although I will admit, G Gundam's Devil Gundam is kind of amazing in its own right because it's just terrifying in a way that Gundam, for the longest time, just hasn't ever approached because it just was very different in how most of the shows go.
Activate the mobile suit.
Also, yeah, apparently they can make more. We can't build the same Gundam again, but we can make the very specific firing system. Or
there
key
was
system.
only one problem.
It got stolen?
They quite literally copied the system, meaning that the old G controller also still worked.
And if they can copy it when they don't have the technology to rebuild it, yeah. Who stole the other one?
And to make matters worse yet, because the flash system was taken from a GX that was already registered, any non-new type thief could also immediately use the twin satellite cannons.
I'm sure this is not a problem at all, right? That's not an island anymore.
Never learn. And that was all for the original 3 Gundam X's that were believed to
Oh wait, were there more than the original 3? Oh.
have existed.
Or they
But
fan work.
7 years after the events of the 8th Space War, a 4th unit would be discovered.
Oh?
A black unit that was piloted by a new type only
They literally... Gundam X was their attempt to reboot UC, wasn't it? Yeah.
known as Kai. Other than the edgy color scheme though, it was
I mean, it has purple bits, so it must be invisible.
initially the same as the other GXs. But also, just like the other GXs, it would see some modifications throughout its service life. In its first round of upgrades,
The Rick
it
custom?
was outfitted with a more traditional looking holster shield and buster sheath
And also repainted. Or maybe the black paint job was the new one? Huh.
rifle. Both were essentially larger versions of the shield and the rifle that made up the Buster Shield rifle, but were now made to be used separately. And when not in use, the rifle can still be stored inside of the shield. And on the back of that rifle, there's a beam sword, kinda similar to the setup of the satellite cannon.
Oh.
That thing, however, was removed because
Ow.
for some reason, Kai was able to use it, but its next pilot, Rick, got an error when he tried using it. So it
Did he learn how to unregister something? Or is it just random plot hole who don't pay attention?
basically became a very fancy paperweight. And as a finishing touch, the Gundam was repainted to be closer to its original heroic color scheme. Its second round of upgrades then consisted mainly of...
Again, it's not bad. I don't mind pastel as a glow effect. This doesn't look like it's glowing. I'm just sitting here going like, pastels. It's, again, just a personal thing. Not saying it's bad. I'm just not a big fan.
replacing the old parts with brand new ones to increase its overall performance, and further modifying its new weapons. The sheath rifle got an extra barrel
Oh, this is probably from a manga that came out after the show probably ended then.
and became the sheath rifle
Okay.
Kai, and the holster shield got a claw and became
How did
the
X go
genuine
anyways? I heard
shield.
people just describe it as depressing.
And while those were all of the GX variants that we know about,
Oh?
so far, there is still one more machine that must be mentioned when we're talking
The
about
thing it's
them.
standing on?
The G Falcon. a Gundam support fighter that was developed by the UNE during the 7th Space.
Okay, I'm just gonna admit it. This looks cool. Like, you can see the design aesthetic is, like, the wings over here were probably stolen later on in how they did the meteor units in Seed. But then there's a lot of the fighter design that is just standard fighter that they've done all the way through UC. And it's basically the UC, but with a different edge bit on it for the actual engines. It just looks cool.
Space War. On its own, the unit was a powerful all-round fighter.
Oh, hey, Iron. One, I'll pull this up. Thanks for joining the membership at the Woodsman Approved level. Goddamn, Iron. One, thank you very much. And two, find out which video you like and send the link forward for it.
Craft that managed to pack a serious punch with its built-in weapons. A pair of nose-mounted Vulcan guns, 2 10-tube missile pods that fired infrared homing missiles, and 2 scattering beam cannons.
You know what? I don't... there's a lot of missiles that change trajectory in anything Gundam-wise, but this is the first time I remember it actually being mentioned specifically that they're homing. Yeah, is that something I've just missed the entire time, or is it actually something that hasn't come up that often? Maybe I'm missing something. I'm probably missing something.
That were capable of destroying multiple mobile suits with a single shot. But of course, its main goal was to dock with the UNE's Gundams. The Leopard Gundam, Gundam Airmaster, and Gundam X.
Wait, it docked with it?
Ironically enough, though, we don't know a lot about the G-Falcon from this time, and it would instead...
Oh, it was probably just taken apart and incorporated, okay.
...become famous for being used in combination with the Double X.
That's not the already combined form? Oh.
And with that...
And B-Nuts, aren't missiles usually homing? Sometimes. I mean, I would normally think so, but at the same time, it's actually explicitly mentioned here, which made me think that maybe the previous ones weren't. Or it was implied, but never actually stated in the specs.
Unit, it could be combined into 2 forms. The most simple one was the storage mode.
What?
By splitting into 2 halves, a storage compartment became available in which a mobile suit like the Double X or the original Gundam...
I'll give this one a pass. Unlike the previous fighters for UC, this one feels like they're just moving it faster than it can move on its own. Because it's not really containing it, they're just adding boosters to move faster.
X could be inserted into and could then be ferried into battle, or...
I mean, from the top down, it looks like the transformation from the Wing Zero. Yeah.
Could undergo
or the Wing Gundam specifically.
Re-entry on its own. After the Double X then entered combat, the G-Falcon could either act as a support fighter with its own arsenal...
Oh shit, with how they have the coloration right here, it does actually look like a falcon's beak. Kind of on the nose, or I guess more on the beak on this one.
Or could combine into the second form, the combat form. The nose cone, or the A parts, would become additional chest armor.
Okay.
And the rear section, or the B parts.
And it's just more guns on top of the guns, but it doesn't have the deployment of the solar array. Or the satellite microwave array. Wonder if that would matter at all.
Would reinforce the Double X's arsenal. Not only would the Double X now have better mobility...
Okay, just this right here. I've seen a lot of kits that you need a stand to hold them up. This comes with its own stand. That, from a sheer design point, that's actually really nice. Oh, shit.
Ability and more weapons, but the G-Falcon also enhanced the output of the twin satellite cannon.
I'm not sure how I like the look of it. Like, from the front on, I like the incorporation here. At the back, it looks kind of jank from behind. I like the stand. That looks very empty. That looks very, we'll make it fit. From the front, okay, no, I'm okay with this. That's nice. That's nice. It's a very much, yeah. I think UC did it better when they did extra units to move the Gundams around.
Falcon also enhanced the
Freedom
output
Meteor
of
units.
the twin satellite cannon. Something that, by the way, was also the case in the aforementioned storage mode. So, despite despite this mode being called the storage mode, the DX's twin satellite cannons were still ready to fire at a moment's notice.
If there was any way they could also, like, they have a hover mode based on the cannon, they should have just done this and moved around faster. Damn.
As for the Airmaster and the Leopard Gundams then, we only know about one combination for each, and that is for their...
God damn. Okay, this one works out better because it's gun on gun on gun with a sighted gun and even more gun. Damn.
upgraded forms. The Airmaster Burst can dock with the B parts in its transformed state, with the most important improvement here being the speed boost. It was already a very speedy machine, but it could now outclass high-speed cruisers. The extra weapons were of course a very nice bonus too. And the Leopard Destroy...
It actually looks a lot better on this guy, because it looks like they're strapping on extra boosters, but they don't look nearly as secondary in thought, because the nose was kind of leading into the backpack as a very small connection point. This one, it looks like it was meant for this initially, and it just has all the guns folding around in ways that make a lot of sense and fit the design aesthetic.
Would also only dock with the B parts. These would boost the performance of its own built-in weapons, as well as giving it even more weapons, and it now also gave this tank of a mobile suit atmospheric flight capabilities.
Oh, it didn't fly before.
And last but not least, there was also a little known about prototype for the G-Falcon, known as the G-Falcon Delta.
Oh yeah, because you could see the mech actually being carried underneath it. Admittedly, I think as far as just a moving it thing, this is the best way to do it. I think other Gundam series have done that in how they move the various mobile suits.
It seems to have functioned largely the same as the final production version, but had slightly different armor and also lacked the infrared homing missiles. And that has been all for the development history of the GX and the DX. Oh,
this is also the most I've ever known about anything Gundam X related. It's just one that I've kind of missed entirely.
And in case you're wondering where the names of the Gundam X and the Double X came from,
it's the head. It's because of the whiskers and the bigger things. It's just that. There's no other big thing on its backpack that can inspire this one. Or that the initial new type in the show was a woman, so I was like, hey, genome joke. If that's actually the joke, so help me.
For the standard Gundam X, the deployed reflector panels form a single X.
My God.
For the Double X, one X is formed by the undeployed reflector panels and the satellite cannons, and the other X is formed by the V-fin and the whiskers on its face.
I'm disappointed that the whiskers on the face is actually the reason. That is... Really? Really?
And then you can also kind of see a second set of X's when the
Quadruple
reflector
X
panels are deployed, although they are kind of crooked, and in my opinion, they look way more like just two W's. And that
is the Woo Gundam. Double Woo.
All for the development history of the GX and the DX. So don't forget to check out the official Gundam Seed and FX Creations collaboration with the link.
Admittedly, as much as I'm kind of groaning at the naming scheme being like, we can make it fit, just because double X sounds better than X, and they've kind of just gone Z, Zeta, double Zeta, or O, we got one O, double O. Doubling up whenever the one big unit is called is kind of a tradition in Gundam at this point. I'm kind of surprised the Freedom's second version was the double Freedom. Although calling it double Fs might have a different connotation, so we'll see what happens. Either way, Airier will be done. Jealous? Yeah, let's go with that one. I like this. I like finding out about it. I like learning more about Gundam X in general because I know nothing about it prior to this video. I knew it existed,
the most content,
but I know nothing about how it worked. I know nothing about the story. I knew nothing about that it was post-apocalyptic. I thought it was maybe a side story to UC, but people didn't want to consider it that way. But some people I heard an argument literally decades ago thinking that, oh yeah, well, it is connected to UC because of new types. And that is literally the only thing I've been kind of able to remember just as the course of this video was moving on, because I wasn't entirely sure I remember that or not. It just was a random fever dream, but apparently since it mashed up pretty well, it makes sense that it would be something that I actually heard and wasn't a fever dream. Or it's maybe like the 8th MS, where I thought I watched all of it, but I'm almost certain I missed a significant portion because watching TV shows and entire series when you're sick and you're passing out through parts of it because of being sick usually leads you to miss things. Funny how that works out. So this is really cool, and I love finding out about it. I do see there's a lot of inspiration from this that was both taken from the UC, but then moved forward into Seed, because a lot of the designs feel like, yeah, we did this, but what if we made it less powerful, but also looked cooler with a better backpack? The better backpack, it actually did help, because the Meteor units are literally one of the best things in Seed. I know, that's what I'm saying is one of the best things in Seed. The Meteor units. The extra DACA and faster transportation units that kind of appeared out of nowhere. It's like, oh, where do we get these? Don't ask. Rule of cool, I'll run with it. It's just fun, because even though it's standing on its own, and I very much thought it was based on Wing when I saw the designs, it's not. But I'll be damned if some of the DNA wasn't based on it. Ugh. I should probably explain when I say the DNA. I mean, like, the conceptual designs and design logic was brought forward, and you could see a lot of the carryover between the Green Gundam and the Heavy Arms Gundam. Very similar there. There's so many things that are just, oh yeah, I see where they're going with this one. Cool shout out. Or just similar aesthetic. Again, the Gundam DNA is there. Either way, I just utterly enjoyed seeing everything about this. And all of the other Gundams and the gyms we've learned about. This is just fun, man. So if you haven't, you guys know the deal. There'll be links below to the videos or the entire playlist. Hit it up. I'll see you in the next one. Adios. And for everyone here live, I will be cutting out a lot of the time where I stepped away, because coffee, man. And then coffee, oh god, man. And this part, along with the beginning spiel and the intros. So we'll be doing a bunch of things right now. Specifically covering what we'll be doing next. Today, Gundam, awesome, always fun. And next week, we will be hitting up the Strike Gundam parts 1, 2, and 3, and probably the full armor and the Heavy Gundam, before we get into the alternate universe Perfect Gundam variants, which will be next week. But I think we could probably do these ones next Wednesday, most likely. But these three together. I thought we'd be cutting today a little short, but no, we took plenty of time, and having the extra video covering the Gundams of the 1 Year War was exactly what we needed. Thanks again for reminding me about that one, Duck. Oh, and you posted the double X? Oh, I'll pull that up. That sounds fun. 1 second. YouTube crashed. Nothing new there. Oh, and Iron, you did mention the link. I will pull it up to check it out after the stream. Just because, you know, if there is something wrong with it, pulling it up on stream would be a bad idea. But yeah, make sure to tag me when you do drop it in, and I'll make sure to drop that in right away. It'll probably go into Thursday because Sunday just filled up. One of the other people who had a giant list went in there. All right, tabletop art. Here we go. Okay, and we got first up. Okay. Mr. Gundam, 95% done with the body and frame. That admittedly does actually look cool. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a dumb idea, but as far as toys go, that's just cool. Oh, and we have all the extra art here. So we got some more posts from Nakama. Yeah. Heavy weathering, man. Sponging probably does a lot. And the streaking grime, I've only ever seen people do that with enamel, but it works well. A friend bought 3D Party RG red frame astray with no manual. No manual. Well, I have a new phobia. Oh, and then Duck posted the actual instruction manual. Duck, thank you for posting that. I would not have even known they had online ones. Oh, dear God. The thought of that otherwise. Ooh, here we have the Zeta. Looks good. You can definitely see it's an older kit, but it holds up remarkably well. Like, there's a lot of extra little gribbly bits that a lot of the newer kits would have. But that said, I don't think it looks bad for the age. It definitely is showing. I like the molded plastic around here without any extra variations. Or maybe they had stickers for it, in which case, yeah. It's a what-if build where it's a fixed customization of a Rex Zeta Gundam using Bawu parts. Oh, okay. Either way, though, all the parts hold up. It doesn't look bad. And here we have the Double X Gundam ready to fire. Honestly, I like this one. It looks good. Also, wait, are those not stickers? Oh, they actually have textured pieces over here. Oh, shit. Damn, I guess the Gundam X had some really nice, just basic prints for it. And here we have Nakama with the Ali Strike, $51. Oof. On the other hand, a pretty high detail on that. It looks good. Ooh, and the Eclipse. Unfortunately, Raijin is a bit too right. Oh my God, it's about to assassinate Miku! No, Miku, no! Also, Zip, it still stands as a kit, to be honest. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things. And Pro Guy, you spam with customs? Yeah, but it looks cool. And again, it does look cool. I wonder how much customization you can actually get. And custom aerial rebuild of 00. Oh, kind of fits really well, actually. I wonder if the Gundams are all like plug and play and rebuilds from other ones. Yeah. Is that custom paint job or just how reflective the material is? You can see some of the kit bash work in the behind. And we got Duck with the DX Double Gundam X. Yeah, this just kind of holds up as a standard unit. And the head, I still think the whiskers are stupid. It's a personal thing. But overall, the Gundam looks really cool. So maybe the colorization was added in, but the texture is still there regardless. Oh, I see. They fold out from the center one. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Also, according to Virtue Twice, stickers are under the texture. Oh! I don't think I've ever seen someone do texture like that. But granted, I haven't built that many models, so maybe that's the case. And it's just more common than I realized. Wow. Just the tanks right there, and you see all the various add-ons. This kind of holds up. It's just all the gems. Oh, man. It's like you just need to get a larger model for a ship and open up the bay to show this image right there, and it looks perfectly fitting. Oh, dude. Gundam is so cool. Oddly enough, I really like the fold-out mechanic on these. What I don't get is why they're all kind of like spread out either on the two wings, which I think makes sense, or a lot of them that had the wings in the image, looked like one was going straight up and one was going off to the side. It just looks odd that way, but maybe that's just me. Also, sorry, Martin's mountain trip is giving him ideas for our mage game. Siren, for my sake of mind, I'm going to ignore everything you just said. For anyone wondering, the Martin he's talking about is the, okay, goddamn Duck. 2, Martin is the GM for Mage the Ascension game we've been playing for a while, who's been traveling internationally and is currently on Trip of the Mountains. And if he's getting inspired, that's never a good thing for us. Can't find the source, but someone did TT with tabletop with 144 scale kits. They even built the bases for it. This is kind of like how people decide, hey, Gundam Assembles a game. It works on hex bases with Gundams. What if we just, hear me out, got a giant hex grid map, scaled it up to Gundam model size, and did that? And, yeah, unironically, if you have the room for it, that makes perfect sense. This is a city diorama that you play with. At some point, you need to just get graspy hands to move things around. And I personally have no problem with that. Also, lovely table. This is utterly absurd, and I love every second of it. Yeah, that's just cool, man. That is actually really cool. Oh, and you can see the opposing units over here, too. Oh, dude. And here's the other wall, since I didn't show for. Oh, yeah, because Duck has more walls of Gundam. Oh, he actually built the brace for how... Probably buy one. It holds the Gundams for most of them. For the various different sets. Yeah. Ooh, that's a unique one that holds it in a different way than all the others. Angle from the back, even. Dude. Oh, dude. I'm having Gundam envy. That is so cool. Oh. We got the wing variants. The dolls. I don't even remember where that one's from. More wing. Nice. Oh, it's all 3 Tallgeese variants? Oh, Duck, that's so cool. Yeah, more mobile dolls. Again, they just kind of work. And, yep, Endless Waltz Wing Zero. Ooh, I think I've seen bits of them, but they look so cool. There's more. Oh, God, you built... No, they're unbuilt ones. So you're still working on multiple at the same time. And then there's... How big are those models? Oh, God, those are the Hathaway models I recognize. They're huge. It's all G-Witch kits? Yeah, Duck. Oh, God. But, dear God, I didn't realize the Hathaway models were that big. Like, there's full-size Gundams down here, and, like, the leg is the size of a full Gundam. Like, don't get me wrong, they're all cool. And, like, some of them are absolutely freaking amazing. The High News, the new Gundam. Like, that's all cool. But then there's the Hathaway stuff. I'm just looking at this going, yeah, that's fancy as fuck. But also, dear God, they're thick. And the G Gundam is like 30 meters. Oh, jeez. Ugh, that's just absurd, Duck. I am very much having Gundam envy, though. Very Gundam envy right now. Oh. It's a good thing I already got my wife to agree to go out because I can bribe her with a bookstore if he had to check out to see if there's any more Gundam models. Because I'm just saying it might be a nice thing to do. Yeah. And yeah, Iron, just make sure you tag me. Also, when you joined the membership, you should have received a notification, unless I forgot to add it in, about where you can just contact me directly to send it in email. If you didn't get that, shit. I might need to fix that. But if you did, okay, you can send it to me that way as well, and I'll just get to it after chat. Otherwise, just tag me. And in the meantime, I will be stopping here because I need to go make my wallet cry. Kind of like Zip in the chat is talking about. Yeah. Yeah. And Doug says he has 300 kits, or nearing 300 kits. And the crazy part is, in a previous video, he has mentioned he knows people with thousands. Plural. Thousands. Yeah. Either way, I'll see you guys in the next one. Oh, speaking of, tomorrow, that will be the Thursday set. So that'll be Ogre Kane from Zactac, How to Bannerlord, Cyberpunk Themes in Sonic, Intro to Dark Eye TTRPG, and the game that can make your dreams come true, Arma 3 from Rubik's Raptor. We'll be doing a lot of things on this, and I'm looking forward to it because it'll probably be fun. Oh, and you're the leader of the hobby group, and you've spent 15K in 4 years? Oddly enough, I've heard similar numbers, but only in people who are more into gacha games. Granted, your stuff doesn't become useless in 3 months, so it's probably a better deal. And I think Gundams actually hold their value, so it's not like you're losing anything on that one. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll drop into a lot more cool stuff. See you then. Adios.